I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, June 25th. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez and Alejo joining us shortly.
Do we have any additions or corrections for closed session?
No additions or corrections.
That will call for items A through F in closed session. Is there any public comment on these items? I see no one in the chambers and no one online. Close public comment. And we will recess for closed session. Call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. The roll call, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez and Alejo joining us shortly.
Any additions or corrections?
No, Chair.
With that, we'll call for closed session items A and B. Is there any public comment on these items? I see none. And with that, we'll close public comment and recess the closed session and return around 10:30.
Anna, can you hear me? Okay, great. I can hear you too. Thank you. Are you getting any feedback like Diego was? What? Okay. Can you turn yourself up a little bit? Turn your volume up. I can barely hear you. Yes, I think Quinn helped you too. So, okay, yeah, I can hear you better. So that's perfect. Okay, so we'll test when Diego gets on. Thank you again. Okay. Diego, can you hear me? Hi, Diego. I could barely hear you. You still sound far, but let me see if Quinn needs to do something on this side. Hold on one sec, okay? Diego? See how low he is? Let me see if Quinn can turn you up on this side. It was the same thing that was happening with Anna. I hear you a little better, but she's going to raise it on this side. Are you getting any feedback still? Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird, because still low. You sound a little better there. No, he's close to his mic. A little better. There you go. You sound good right there. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, guys. We'll start in a little bit.
County Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And may we have the Spanish interpretation services announcement by Diego Salas?
Hola, mi nombre es Diego Celis y en unión con Ana Rueda de Vidales seremos sus intérpretes en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que lo escuchemos. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tenemos la oportunidad de interpretarle antes de seguir adelante y favor de no interrumpir mientras le estamos interpretando. Si se encuentra en la sala de la reunión y necesitan audífonos para escuchar en español, favor pasar al escritorio del guardia de seguridad para conseguir uno. Todos los audífonos se devolverán cuando abandone la reunión. Para aquellos que pueden estar en el webinar en inglés vía Zoom, pero hablan español, también pueden unirse a nuestro webinar en español si así lo desean. El número de identificación del seminario web en español se puede encontrar en nuestra página web. Gracias.
Thank you, Diego. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, we have CIO Sonia De La Rosa. Lead us, please.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions or corrections to the agenda?
Yes, we do. We have an addition to item number 89 under the consent calendar for the BOS, and that's Housing and Community Development. We received an errata memo on that, and also in addition to item number 1 under the scheduled matters on the successor agency to the redevelopment, County of Monterey Housing and Community Development, we received an errata on that one as well.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to ceremonial resolutions. We have 2 of them here today. We have some other noise going on.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, first I was going to ask for public comment. If there's any public comment on these resolutions, I see nobody in the chamber, nobody online, and you have a motion to approve from Supervisor Alejo, and second, Supervisor Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Supervisor Alejo, you want to present yours first?
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor today to present this resolution that the Board of Supervisors just approved to celebrating Juneteenth in Monterey County and honoring the Salinas Juneteenth Celebration Association. I'm going to invite Dr. Gabriela Lopez and all the team to come on up here for this recognition. This year was our first year that we had Juneteenth as a paid holiday for our 5,000 plus employees. It was approved last year, but this was the first year, and I wish we would have done this last week, but we didn't have a meeting because of the Juneteenth holiday the following day, but here we are a few days afterwards. But I wanted to personally say we wanted to recognize these amazing group of leaders in our community who put on Juneteenth, and I think now for 4 or 5 years. It started at the Rodeo Grounds, but now it's found a beautiful home at Hartnell College last Saturday. It was a great turnout. A lot of organizations who brought their resources out, music, speakers. So it's really become an annual tradition in Salinas because of your leadership. So this resolution that we just approved, it reads in part, Juneteenth marks the day in 1865 when enslaved people in Galveston, Texas were finally informed of their freedom 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued by United States President Abraham Lincoln. Juneteenth is a time to celebrate freedom, to reflect on the past, and to work towards a more just and equitable future. Juneteenth became a federal holiday recognized on June 17, 2021, and as a Monterey County holiday for our 5,000 plus employees in 2023. Local community groups organize vibrant celebrations in Monterey County to commemorate Juneteenth. Salinas Juneteenth Celebrations Association's mission is to host Black and African culture-centered events in the Salinas Valley. Salinas Juneteenth Celebrations Association's purpose is to ensure visibility and preservation of our city's Black and African American community members and their cultural contributions to Salinas's rich local history. So therefore be it resolved that the County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, hereby commemorates Juneteenth and honors Salinas Juneteenth Celebration Association for their advocacy and work to hold local Juneteenth celebrations each year. And we also reaffirm the commitment to fighting for racial justice and equality for all people, and urge our county residents to eliminate injustice everywhere it exists and to celebrate the great diversity of our county. So with that, we want to present this proclamation to you, and we thank you for your leadership. We can give them a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to hand the microphone to Sierra Bryant. She's one of our student ambassadors for the Umoja program at Hartnell College, and she has a statement that we've prepared.
Thank you. The Salinas Juneteenth Celebration Association's main goal is to establish the Salinas Valley as a center for culturally based Black and African American celebrations. The intention is to honor and maintain Salinas's Black and African American population, as well as its historical and cultural contributions. Remembering the rich past while being conscious of current issues encourages the longevity of African American legacies, both locally and nationally. Juneteenth is a reminder that African Americans have been denied justice in the U.S. Juneteenth affirms their commitment to exercise their rights as Americans, despite all obstacles. The Juneteenth celebration in Salinas honors the cultural memory and resilience of Black Americans. We thank the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for your ongoing support of Salinas Juneteenth and your recognition that Juneteenth is not just an African American celebration. Since it celebrates the principles of liberty, justice, and freedom for all, it is truly an American holiday. Thank you.
I want to ask my colleagues if they would join me for a photo here with, and again, thank you for such a great event and all your volunteer time and effort and sacrifice to make this possible in Salinas. We're going to move to the middle here, and we'll get the supervisors on each side to take this photo for the county's website and social media. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Brian Flores, Director of Parks, why don't you come up here? Our next resolution is about parks. For July is Parks and Recreation Month. And while parks and recreation are essential avenues for physical and mental health, to protect the environment, provide economic benefits to the community, they also allow us to fulfill life and help balance work and life's many other responsibilities with enjoyment. So Monterey County was one of the last counties in the state to actually establish a park system on Labor Day weekend in 1966. I had the actual pleasure of being there at the young age of 7 and remember that very clear. But the first two parks in our county, Royal Oaks and Tahoe, were immediately popular, and all our parks today continue to be utilized to the fullest extent. Parks create an atmosphere, a social atmosphere where all people from all walks of life can engage safely and happily. But parks also provide some environmental equity. Because you see, not everyone can travel to Yosemite or Yellowstone or go on long vacations to see volcanoes in Hawaii or glaciers in Alaska. But everyone can travel to one of our county parks and enjoy the natural beauty of Monterey County, from the oak woodlands in North County to the lakes in South County to the pine forests in the Monterey Peninsula. And this is because our parks are free. And they're open almost every day of the year, and an invaluable resource for us to cherish and enjoy. And it's a real pleasure to be able to present this, because life is better because of parks.
Thank you, everyone. If I could have my parks, well, a small portion of my parks team come up here, and I don't know if we can do a photo, but just wanted to say a few words about parks. Yes, they are free. I'm glad that we're able to do that still. It does allow a lot of individuals the time and opportunity to come out and recreate, to rest, to meditate, and basically just have a good time out in nature. And it wouldn't be possible without our tremendous parks team and both admin staff, our ranger unit, our parks buildings and grounds unit. They work tirelessly, pretty much 24/7. Running parks is a 24/7 operation. We have campgrounds, we have sewer systems going down in the middle of the night, to the rangers assisting the Monterey County Sheriff and CHP with duties outside of the park. It is a real operation that takes an entire team to do, and I'm so thankful that I have incredible people to work with. And we have about 30 other people out in the parks right now, working hard, getting ready for 4th of July weekend. And it's been a real tremendous time for parks the past couple of years. A lot of support from the Board of Supervisors and from the community. And with that, we'll keep growing parks and making the improvements we need to. So thank you. And if I'd be remiss if I missed by saying that our director, Randy Ishii, is not able to be here today, but he wanted to, so he wanted me to extend his thanks.
We'll need to kind of pull in a little bit, get everybody in the picture. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is appointments, and we have 2 of them. Is there any public comment on these on this agenda item on appointments? And I see none. Do we have a motion from Supervisor Alejo? Second by Supervisor Lopez. All those in favor of approving the appointments, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we'll move to the consent calendar. We have items 14 through 95 on the consent calendar. Is there any public comment on these items? See nobody. Back to the board. Do you have anybody want to make a comment or an item to poll?
I do. I'd just like to make a comment on 68, 82, 90, and 91.
What were those numbers again?
68, 82, 90, and 91. And it's just comments.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, go right ahead, Supervisor.
Okay, thank you. 68 is an agreement with Axion Enterprises, a 10-year agreement totaling nearly $16 million over the life for body-worn cameras for the Sheriff's Office. It'll be partly funded through a U.S. Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance grant. And I just want to say, in the past, the body cameras have shown up on our as an augmentation request from the Sheriff's Office during our annual budgeting process. In our approval of this as a 10-year agreement, I would hope that the Sheriff is intending to include this as part of the baseline budget. And since it's no longer optional, we're making this direction now. So I don't expect to see this on the augmentation list moving forward. Just that comment. On number 82, which is a risk manager discretion ordinance. It sets July 9th for public hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance amending our county code so that our county risk manager will have the discretion to approve deviations or modifications from the county standard provisions. And there's no financial impact per se with this item. However, I just am acknowledging that it will result in more contracts being approved via contract purchasing or department heads, with fewer contracts being presented to the Board of Supervisors for approval. And I would just hope that all of our departments who are approving contracts, if there's a reason that it should come to the board for transparency purposes, that contracts continue to flow through our agenda, even as a consent item when it's appropriate. And then the final one is 90 and 92 are just 2 retroactive contracts for Laguna Seca recreational area.
And we, for a while, we're seeing many retroactive contracts come through. We haven't seen any retros come through in a while, and I just want to make sure that we're doing whatever we need to do to ensure that contracts are being processed in a timely manner. And if retroactives are coming forward, if there could just be a brief explanation as to why it was delayed for approval, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no other further comments on the consent calendar. We can put it to a vote then. All those in, what's it? Approval, okay.
Motion to approve the consent
Motion
agenda.
approved.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I thought maybe we already did that. Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Adams. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we'll move to general public comments for items that are not on today's agenda. Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Takes you 2 minutes to get up here. Name is Eric Peterson, and in conjunction with the resolution on parks, I think we need to recognize soon-to-be outgoing Supervisor Mary Adams for the one who pushed through the concept of free parks. I was in a park yesterday, it charges $30, Pinnacles, and it's they're crammed, but having free parks is such an asset to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak? Do we have anybody online? Nobody online. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could I make just a quick comment?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, Eric, for that acknowledgement. I've done a lot of things in my career, and since I've had the opportunity and the pleasure of serving on this Board of Supervisors, but honestly, the thing that matters to me the most is that with the help of others, I was able to get the parks to be free, and that really matters. Thank you for acknowledging that.
The parks used to be free, and then we went awry somewhere along the way. So thank you, Supervisor Adams. With that, we'll move on to scheduled matters. The first item is to receive a presentation on Monterey County Equal Opportunity Plan. Mr. Rodriguez.
All right. Good morning, supervisors, county residents, and colleagues. My name is Juan Rodriguez, and I'm the county's civil rights officer. Today, we're here to talk to you about the county's Equal Opportunity Plan. With us is Nadia Velarde from the Civil Rights Office here in board chambers with me. And online is Angela Graylin, who is from Biddle Consulting Group, who is going to do a brief presentation for you all, and I'll turn it over to her.
All right, I'm just going to share my screen so that you can see the presentation. Give me one moment. All right. And hopefully everybody can now see my screen so that we can go through what we are talking about today, which is our Equal Employment Opportunity Plan review. Can anybody quickly confirm that you can see my screen?
We can see it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. All right. Good afternoon, members of the board and members of the public. I hope you're doing well, and I thank you for your time and commitment to this important work. The analyses we will be reviewing are compliant with federal regulations as outlined by the Department of Justice for state and local government recipients of federal finance assistance through the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968. As such, there are very clear legal limitations that are not to be confused with broader DEI goals or aspirations. I have included my contact information in this slide in the event that you have any questions that come up after we close this item. Of course, you will also have time to ask questions at the end of this presentation as well. So every other year, we review overall workforce demographics to gain a better understanding of the county's current workforce demographics, as well as any trends over time. In the chart on the left, females are represented by an orange wedge, and they account for 68.9% of the workforce. In the chart on the right, detailed race percentages are displayed, showing that the county is overall 74.7% people of color. We'll talk specifics about how this compares to the last time we met in 2022 in a moment. So to focus on gender utilization, I want to start off with a little bit of a background on what the purpose of an Equal Employment Opportunity Plan, or EEOP, is, since it's more than just a regulatory document created for compliance reasons. It's meant to be a diagnostic tool that accomplishes a set of goals. The first goal is to analyze the county's workforce demographics in terms of gender and race and compare it to the relevant labor market. The idea is to compare what you currently look like to what you quote unquote should look like to determine where the county needs to increase its efforts in removing barriers to equal opportunity for all. In order to do this appropriately, we group all of the employees into subgroups called job groups based on similarities in wage, content, and opportunity. This is more generally referred to as similarly situated employees. Once we have grouped the employees into their job groups, we compare their demographics to the relevant labor market using census data narrowed to isolate the data by requisite skill set. So essentially, we compare the demographic composition of the attorney's job group, for example, to the census data for attorneys. This external factor is then weighted along with any internal factors, when applicable, to accurately reflect the recruitment practices of the county. In other words, how often the positions of each job group would be filled by external hire versus internal promotion or transfer, to calculate the best estimate of availability. We want to ensure that we are truly comparing apples to apples. Once the comparison is made for all job groups, we can identify where the county's incumbency falls short of the calculated expectation. So here we are showing the comparison for females in their respective job groups. Each job group has a 2-digit code along the x-axis, and this 2-digit code is assigned to it for easier reference. For example, 01 is the highest level of management, and then 20 is entry-level service and maintenance. In this chart, the blue represents the actual representation of females in each job group, and the orange is that expected availability. Out of our 20 job groups, there are 8 where the county fell short and will continue to implement plans to make progress towards these areas of opportunity. However, I do want to mention that while this may seem like a lot, saying 8, it's only because we are viewing it from the most proactive utilization test that flags for any difference. So that means even, 0.1% of a difference is going to flag here. When we shift from that diversity lens or perspective to more of a compliance lens or perspective, where we're actually looking at statistical significance, only 3 job groups remain where the underutilization is statistically significant. That means where it has a standard deviation of 1.96 standard deviations or greater. And so, like I said, when we shift to that lens, then it would only be job groups 10, 13, and 15, where we are still seeing an actually statistically significant underutilization. Now we're going to move over to speaking to race and ethnicity. So in this slide, it graphically displays the same information as the last slide, but instead now we are looking at overall people of color comparisons. So just as a reminder, this is aggregating all individual race groups together, excluding white. Out of the 20 job groups, there were only 3 where the county did not meet expectations, and none of those, if we shift to a less proactive, statistically significant lens, are flagging at that point. So this is a really impressive result. Another goal of the Equal Opportunity Plan is to track and make progress towards the selection and retention of protected veterans and individuals with disabilities. First, we're going to go ahead and focus on protected veterans. Currently, 0.7% of hiring selections self-identify as protected veterans. The hiring benchmark for protected veterans that the county is working towards is 5.4%. This number is a set standard that reflects the percentage of veterans in the civilian labor force and is reevaluated every year. You can see it in this chart represented by that yellow horizontal line. As far as the incumbency for the county, protected veteran incumbency is at 1.1%, but per the regulations, we are only looking at a hiring benchmark, not at any incumbency comparisons. In the next slide, we're comparing applicants versus selections for protected veterans. You can see here that we do have opportunities for progress, both in terms of outreach and recruitment, when we're looking at the applicant data as well as our selection processes. So again, we are still, trying to hit that 5.4% of hires for that hiring benchmark. As we can see here, our applicants are below that, but we do have more applicants than representation within our hires. Now to shift the focus to individuals with disabilities. For individuals with disabilities, there's roughly a 2.5% county representation. Unlike the protected veteran benchmark, which is recalibrated annually, the disability utilization goal is set at a static 7%. So unlike protected veterans, where we are looking at hiring alone, now we are looking at incumbency over on the right. And again, that yellow horizontal line is showing that utilization goal that has been set. Again, we can see areas of opportunity, but we have seen steady progress in individuals with disabilities, or IWDs, representation in both the qualified applicant pools and hiring selections year over year. So if we're looking back to when we met in 2022, we are seeing progress made both in the representation within applicants and representation within hires made. While the observed percentages may seem low, it is important to understand that the employee's self-identification response is completely voluntary, and that many of those who do respond choose not to disclose. So you might respond to that self-ID question and choose not to specify. As such, obtaining any measurable result is proven to be difficult. I want to add that since the response to these self-ID forms is voluntary, we can reasonably assume that there are more veterans and individuals with disabilities in the county's workforce that we just don't know about. Actually, not only can we make this assumption for individuals with disabilities, but the National Organization on Disabilities, or NOD, recently published that the voluntary self-identification rate among employees at participating companies hovers at 4.5%, which is slightly up from the 4% in 2022. So despite signs of progress being made, we can gather that there's still work to be done to destigmatize disability at a societal level. Therefore, the focus is really the same for all counties and public or private sector employers. The need to continue fostering a feeling of inclusion and openness that will in turn garner a higher response rate for these two sensitive groups. Remembering that there is crossover since disabled veterans are a category of protected veterans. This can be tackled in a number of ways, but employee resource groups are the most common and the most effective. Now to our last slide here, which is key highlights that we're going to look like. And this is where we're going to do some of that year-over-year comparisons that I mentioned earlier. So earlier, I showed the overall female and people of color representation and where the county has areas of opportunity. Since the last Equal Opportunity Plan, or EEOP, overall female utilization is down 0.4%. Again, it's currently at 68.9% and was previously at 69.3%. However, when we compare that to similar counties, they're reporting close somewhere between 55 and 60%. So when we expand, to a broader look than just comparing to ourselves, we are still in a really good place. For overall minority or people of color groups, utilization is up a little over 2% from the last time that we met. Again, far above and beyond what similar counties are reporting as well. The same job group placement goals remain for both. So what we had circled with those yellow circles where we saw areas of opportunity, those have remained the same from last time we met to this time we met. Also, something I want to mention is that although some of these things look like shortfalls or underutilizations, they can also be markers of progress. To explain that, as I mentioned previously, these job groups are in part defined by their level or opportunities for promotion. So if a more entry-level job group serves as a feeder group, aka it promotes or transfers into one of these middle or upper-level job groups, then when the demographics change in that entry-level group, the availability for those group it feeds into also shifts in turn. The action plans in response to these placement goals then may instead choose to focus on retention rather than recruitment opportunities. And so, like I said, there are a number of instances where we are seeing that those placement goals that we are seeing are within those kind of level 2 job groups rather than that entry-level job group. Also, finally, we didn't talk much about the selection process for the county, but it is a major component of the Equal Opportunity Plan. We monitor in granular detail the hiring, promotion, and termination processes to ensure that no particular group is systemically negatively impacted by the county's decisions. And we are happy to again report that we found no areas of patterns or trends when analyzing females and people of color. Then finally, last but not least, we briefly discussed low self-identification response rates earlier. The county, when it being compared to other private or public entities, falls above average on overall response rate. Moving forward, much of the progress in this arena will come down to incremental shifts in perception sustained by leadership values and the championing of diversity and inclusion for the intrinsic and extrinsic benefits they bring to your organization. Thank you for your time this afternoon. If you have any questions for the Civil Rights Office or myself, we are happy to address those now. Otherwise, I'm going to shift this back to Juan, and thank you for your time. And again, the contact information is available in case you have any additional questions that come up later.
Thank you, Angela. And good morning, supervisors, colleagues, and community members. As you know, the Civil Rights Office creates our Equal Opportunity Plan every 2 years. This year, based on the data that we all just received and our interactions with the workforce, the Civil Rights Office has updated our plan to cover specific areas, such as continuing our Governing for Racial Equity and Employee Resource Group initiatives that we know are imperative for moving this work forward and creating equal opportunity for all. The Equal Opportunity Plan data also outlines similar reflections that we've received from the workforce and from working with the employee resource groups. So this fall, our office will be conducting focus groups to get input from those most affected on how to make our workforce more inclusive. So we'll continue collaborating with the Equal Opportunity and Civil Rights Advisory Commission, as well as our internal and external stakeholders to better implement the plan in the coming year. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Yes, Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, just one brief question. And thank you for the report and all the work that you do. And I think the comment about our utilization compared to 2022 as being we still have work to do, and yet also it's sort of signifies when you compare to other comparable counties that we are making progress, and there are reasons to celebrate. So celebrate while continuing to do the hard work. And to that point, on page 7 of the report, it states that one of the Board of Supervisors' responsibilities is to ensure that the County of Monterey adheres to the stated policy of equal employment opportunity by monitoring the application of equal employment opportunity policies, and to uphold our responsibility as monitoring. We're receiving the information now, but are there additional recommendations that you'll be bringing forward that we can implement to continue making that forward progress, or changes to current policies?
Good morning, Supervisor. Absolutely. We have several initiatives currently in the office. One thing that I will tell you, for example, Ms. Graylin mentioned the feeling of inclusivity to foster that self-identification. We're going to continue to work with the employees' resource groups. We're going to continue to try to foster that with management. I don't know if you picked up on what she said. She talked about shifting of the culture, and it comes from leadership, as you're pointing out too. So working with my colleagues, working with my bosses to make that shift. But more importantly, we do recognize that I don't want to come back and to you all and say training, right? So one big component that we're relying on this year will be, I think training is important, obviously, and we have components for training, but the focus groups. I think those will be key. Ask the people that actually we need to ask, that they need us to modify the workplace to make it a place where people feel like they belong or they are included in the decisions, and not just a checkmark inclusion, right? That we have a certain number of people, but actually their voice matters. So I think that's going to be very important. And while I have the mic, can I add something real quick? Briefly, want to mention and give, I don't know, he's still here. Yes, he is. Jack Murphy from the Military and Veterans Affairs Office. I don't know if you all remember, there's a survey going on to find out the number of veterans we have in the county. If the trends keep up with what we have so far, and Jack and his office have compiled, we are at 8% workforce veterans. The difference is that the information that we pull and we give to Ms. Graylin is from one system, and Jack did the survey from another system, but we'll figure out a way to reconcile it. It's around 48% of response rate. So that's why I'm saying if it keeps up, we should be at 8% around that for veterans. So with efforts from our colleagues, and Jack is, by the way, specifically mentioned in the Equal Opportunity Plan as having duties, we'll figure out a way to kind of move the needle even briefly. The other thing I want to mention is, yes, I'm so sorry. Every year or every couple of years, they ask me, what standard do you want? And when Angela was talking about the I don't remember what the technical word is, but even a 0.1, any difference, thank you. Even there's job groups, for example, that a 0.1 isn't even a person. But we like to use that standard just to basically be on our toes. So I agree with you. There's work that we need to do, but if we take that aside a little bit, there's a lot of celebration that we can do, and it's all opportunities for growth too. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, I should say? With that, we go out to the public. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak on this matter?
Figured I couldn't pass this one up. My name is Eric Peterson, and I appreciate the reference to veterans, especially disabled veterans, because we have a lot of disabled veterans in this area, and a lot banged up, a lot worse than me. And one thing about veterans is we get things done. And some people, fortunately not me, some people had to get things done to stay alive. And those experiences of making sure you get what is needed done are important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Is there anybody else in the chambers or online? Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor.
Yeah, I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank our Civil Rights Office team. I appreciate your passion, your commitment to this work. I think your office is so important to try to make our county a better place to work, and making more of our employees feel that they are welcome here, they're part of their family. We have a very large workforce, so we're 5,000 employees. We're one of the largest employers in the county. And so there's a lot of work to do, and the data kind of shows that sentiment. Also, I think it's important to let our employees know that we take it very seriously for that upward mobility, opportunities to grow in their careers, rise to the higher levels in management, and up into the highest levels in their department. And I think some of our employees want to see that reflected, that the county truly looks like them, not only among the rank and file, but the top positions of leadership as department heads and other key leadership roles in our county. I think it's important for them to see that there is an opportunity for me to rise to the top. And I just wanted to just state that just for for our employees that this work is important. You're doing this every week of the year, resolving a lot of issues that come up throughout the year, but also these other these lenses that you provide help us and recommendations we're able to help advance and respond to the opinions and these surveys that employees give that we're putting into good use to make them know that we are paying attention and that we are focused on giving them better opportunities here at the county, and certainly want to make all our employees feel as welcome as possible, that this is, that when they wake up in the morning, they look forward to going to work and they want to have a lifelong career here with the County of Monterey. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Supervisor Lopez.
I too just want to echo the appreciation. There's very few moments where we as a board get to stop and kind of reflect on where we are. And this is an amazing moment and a mirror for us to hold up to the decisions we make, the impact that they have down the stream, right? And so we understand, I've heard from each one of my colleagues in the past that we're only as strong as the last employee's strength, right? And we are an incredibly strong county, but holding up this data, which in the end is a true reflection of where we stand today, is important. So thank you for compiling it, bringing forward, and especially the recommendations, because as we go forward, that's how we improve, and we can never stop improving, or else we've stopped carrying out our duties. So thank you for making this moment possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for selecting such a perfect pollster. I think that the questions that were asked, the way it was formatted, I know you had a lot of input, but I'm just so pleased with the results, but also so pleased with how many people participated. I know I'm just echoing what my colleagues have said here, but it really does show who we are. And I think that, not like we can pat ourselves on the back or anything, but I think that it shows that we are really, that we are making every effort. I know that there's still so much ahead. We see it and hear it every day. But at any rate, I know that we're on the right track, and I'm very thankful that we have you driving the boat. So thanks very much, and thank you so much.
Thank you as well. Nice presentation, work on this, putting this together. With that, if there's no other comments, we bring it back to a motion for the recommendations and adoption of the plan.
So moved.
So moved first by Supervisor Alejo, second by Supervisor Askew. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, and it carries. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to item 7, which is regarding the United Franchise Agreement for Solid Waste Collection.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I'm Rick Encarnacion, Director of Environmental Health Bureau Chief. And with me today is Ms. Robin Kimball, our Management Analyst 3, who oversees our Unified Franchise Agreement for solid waste services in the unincorporated area of the county. I'd also like to point out we have online Mr. John Telesio, our consultant from Muni Environmental. And also in the audience is Ms. Liz Hall from Waste Management, Public Sector Manager for Waste Management. Robin and I are here today to talk about the Unified Franchise Agreement and RFP Analysis Summary. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors receive a summary report on the analysis and recommendations regarding the Unified Franchise Agreement, or UFA, for solid waste collection and hauling in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County, and provide direction to staff regarding next steps. Some background. In 2010, the UFA was established with Waste Management Incorporated for exclusive solid waste collection and hauling within the boundaries of the unincorporated areas of the county. This was a 10-year term with the option to extend for 5 additional years. The current agreement term end date is June 30th, 2025. Monterey County Code 10.41.090 addresses the UFA and allows for the board to grant exclusive rights for the collection of solid waste under the franchise agreement and the Director of Health to make recommendations to the board regarding the agreement. Environmental Health contracted with an industry consultant to conduct an analysis of current waste hauling services provided under the UFA and offer options for a new franchise agreement. The results are summarized into 3 options. Option 1, a default request for proposal and RFP. Option 2, a 2-tiered request for quotes and bids by invitation only. And option 3, negotiate with the incumbent franchisee and amend the ordinance. The analysis summary recommendation is to consider adopting option 3. The current franchisee has a proven track record of delivery of services, working in partnership with the county, especially during emergency responsiveness, and fair rates. The Director of Health, Elsie Jimenez, and the environmental health staff, including County Council, concur with this recommendation. In summary, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors receive a summary report on the analysis and recommendations regarding the Unified Franchise Agreement for solid waste collection and hauling in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County, and provide direction to staff regarding next steps. And with that, we're prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I have a couple questions as well, but first I want to state my experience in working with leadership here in waste management has been exemplary, really. That whenever I've had questions and reached out and needed some help and assistance, they've always been there. So I'm really happy with the local team and how they've operated onto things. I do have a couple of questions here, perhaps for staff and then I think for the consultant. I noticed that we had an executive summary that was included in here, but not the actual report. And the executive summary referred to pages of the report which were not going to be obviously accessible. Was there a reason that the report wasn't included in the board documents?
Thank you, Supervisor. The reason the report was not included within the documents was I believe our county council still needs to review the totality of the document to ensure that there's no proprietary information before we release it to the public. But we did provide an executive summary.
Yeah, I understand, but the executive summary make references to pages of the report, so it was difficult to really kind of follow through on that. Okay, thank you for that. County Council, you have a...
Reed Gallagher is, I believe, online. He can speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Supervisors. This issue is within the...
We kind of lost you there, Reed.
I believe he just muted himself by mistake.
I apologize about that for muting. Yeah, I have been provided with a copy of the report, and I'm not aware of any documentation within it which would require it to remain privileged or confidential. So at this point, having had a chance to review it this morning, it would be okay to release that.
Okay, thank you very much on that. Another part onto here is that the report recommended that if we have to go out to an RFP, RFQ, that it should be done 15 months ahead of the contract expiration. But the contract expires in just 12 months. Was there reason for that delay of not getting to us sooner than that?
There's no specific reason for the delay, Supervisor. We do have our priorities within environmental health. Robin and I actually have been working with this for many months, along with the consultant. I would just say it was just a matter of timing on our part.
All right, thank you. And then I think I have a couple questions. You say the consultant's online, one of the consultants?
Yes, Supervisor. John Telosio should be online.
He's online? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have a question there, and that it refers to the when the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Agency sent an RFP out, I guess, just a few years ago. The report that I'm reading in here refers to it as a failure. What was the reason for determining that was a failure?
Good morning. This is John Telesio. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
How about my videos? Is it working by any chance? This is start video. How about now? Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
That's the important thing.
Well, that depends. Matter of opinion. Oh, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question was the question, why was it deemed a failure?
Yeah,
Sir?
why does the report deem it a failure? Yes.
Oh, very well. Well, a chief motivation often in an RFP process is to obtain superior rates. You're looking in many cases due to the competitive dynamic to see rates reduced. That was not the net result of that process in the neighboring jurisdictions. Rather, the rates came in at or above current levels. That in and of itself wouldn't necessarily derail the entire validity, the merit of the process, but certainly is a deterrent. And because that's central to the motivation in many cases, among other, requirements as well, especially under the highly regulatory environment we have SB 1383 completely changes the landscape, how we go about it. It almost reinvents the collection process from the ground up. So that's foremost. And that, by the way, that is for the most part, its implications and all of the trappings of what that required in terms of implementation, expanded infrastructure. That's largely what has contributed to the change in the price tier. So therefore, I deem the process in light of if you contrast the expense of undertaking something of that magnitude, it's a number of hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it correctly, to undertake an RFP, out to the public, completely wide open, vet the responses, and then compare it to what the results are. I deem it a failure. I think it's not a wise expenditure of the public funds over which we're fiduciaries. So that was my opinion, sir.
Did you speak to anybody in the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Management Agency or waste agency?
Well, not directly. I can't recall if I specifically did. I've vetted carefully. I've scrutinized every one of their reports, their analyses, the proposals. So I'm pretty well vested in the intricacies, in the granularity of the entire process, start to finish. And the opinion of I've also studied carefully the decisions made by the respective governmental bodies who have declined proceeding. They've all opted to, in effect, abort the results and proceed with negotiations with their incumbent franchisees. Which, sir, we should be optimistic. If we were to undertake something similar, this isn't a compromise necessarily. Often you see these mutual negotiations. We both have a vested interest. Both parties are highly motivated to see this contract extension that ultimately is mutually fruitful, that's sustainable. So this really we have just as many options with far less expenditure as what we potentially would have in an open competitive RFP process, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Containment, whether it's service enhancement. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just wanted to follow up is that when I saw the failure, I got in touch with Patrick Matthews, who represents that agency, and he very adamantly stated that he did not declare it a failure, and said that they would go through the process again when it comes back up. Is that he felt that was just part of the process, and that yes, the rates did come in higher, and so they willingly felt that the proper step was to negotiate with the incumbent franchise holder. So it just caught my attention when I said failure. Failure is a very strong word, so I want to get some clarification on that. My last question is: there's reference in here about customer-centric and importance of that. In your work, did you reach out to the community at all to hear what might be the successes or some concerns with the current process?
You know what? The equivalent of that process would be reviewing the quarterly reports that are due there's reporting requirements under the state code. but in the quarterly reports and there's annual reports that Waste Management produces, much of that is documented. The number of complaints, customer feedback, responsiveness, the overall climate, kind of the temperature of the whole relationship. So I therefore walked away with a favorable impression. Did we do work in the field? No, sir, we did not. We did not visit commercial establishments, for example. We didn't conduct a poll. Those are things that are always possible, sir. But we didn't deem it necessary, actually, as far as the expenditure of our time and vis-a-vis cost to the county.
Okay. Well, thank you for your views on that. I would kind of disagree that it might be an equivalent, but that's just my personal perspective. Anybody else, any supervisors have any other questions before we go to the public? Supervisor, oh, you wait after? Okay. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on this matter? Yes, Ms. Hall.
I'll try to stay within 2 minutes. I was at 2:20 yesterday. Good morning, Chairman Church and distinguished supervisors. As Chairman Church has said, I'm Liz Hall. I'm the public sector manager in Monterey County for Waste Management. Today, you'll be providing county staff with direction regarding the future of the UFA. I'd like to share the benefits to the community for staying and partnering with Waste Management. I don't know if it needs to be said, but there's an incredible amount of work required to service 26,000 customers weekly over an expanse of 3,200 square miles. However, being your waste hauler goes beyond just curbside collection. Some of the benefits I want to touch on to the community of staying with WM are that your local WM team, some of which are here with me today, has over a collective 1,000 years of experience with waste management, much of which has been in Monterey County. Our team has not hesitated to provide support during natural disasters in collaboration with staff in Districts 2, 3, and 5, respectively, and at no additional cost to the community. WM has the resources and expertise to provide the support in the future, although we hope that is not needed. There would be no disruption to your current services, and we have established community partnerships and relationships with several local organizations and with our customers. We've provided over $67,000 in in-kind service and monetary support to various organizations countywide. We have new local area leadership in place that's really focused on operational improvement and customer experience improvement. Our area vice president, director of public sector, my boss, a new local customer experience manager, and an area operations manager. Back to community support, we've held to date 72 bulky drop-off events in 9 years, collecting over 2 million pounds of material in partnership with SVR, who has collected nearly 62,000 pounds of hazardous waste at these events. In 2023 to date in 2024, my colleague Christian, alongside county staff, has conducted 630 site visits to schools and commercial generators in the county, focused on SB 1383. So what are some of the benefits of continuing to partner with WM? The county doesn't have to start from the beginning. Again, customers won't have a disruption in services because it's not just as simple as drivers changing uniforms. There are many aspects involved in waste hauling. Continuing with WM will provide the opportunity to update and amend the challenging areas of an out-of-date contract, which was last negotiated 15 years ago when I was a sophomore in high school. I'm almost done. I've got one.
I'm giving you a little extra time because you are the franchise.
Okay, thank you. We recognize there are aspects of our current agreement and services that can be approved. Absolutely. As the county's partner, we welcome a collaborative approach to partnering on a contract that aids the county in meeting its goals and that benefits your constituents, our customers. So my experience working with county staff has been nothing short of positive, and I'd just like to say we'd be grateful and proud to continue being Monterey County's waste hauler. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Sure, absolutely. I was going to see if you needed an extra minute when you came up, but you said you might finish in 2.
Only like 20 seconds, I think I did okay, right?
Thank you. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on this? Yes, please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Clark Colvis. I'm Vice President of Green Waste Collections, Green Waste Recovery Collection Operations. We just want to let you know that we have a significant interest in the county operations. We do operations within the 7 Peninsula cities. We were also the low bidder at the RFP process for the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Management Authority. We understand the industry. We understand what kind of transitions are necessary to provide seamless service, and just want to let you guys know that we are interested in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers that would like to comment? Yes, please come forward.
Thank you for the opportunity to be able to address you. I sent you an email. I'm Sue Crota from Mission Ranch and the Homestead. And I'm kind of the boots on the ground person in this whole system. We're the ones who generate a lot of trash. And we work really hard to do what's required. You know, the food waste, we do recycling, we have a cardboard baler. We do whatever we need to do to partner with our franchise so that we can get our trash, solid waste taken care of. I started out coming here because as a kind of a disgruntled franchisee or a customer, and I'm not here to literally dump on waste management or green waste. But when I realized you were going to have this meeting today, and I kind of read up on it, I thought, wait a minute. So all the recommendations are to roll over the current contract without accepting other people's bids. That kind of didn't set right with me because there's been the company the franchise we currently have is 15 years with an added 5. You're considering rolling it over for another 15. I think I understand. I don't know. I'm not a garbage expert. I guess I'm asking, why wouldn't we take bids and see what else is out there? And I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not an expert, but I just thought that was something that I thought, that just doesn't sound right. It sounds like the easy way, just roll it over, get it out. And as a customer, I'd like to be able to be confident, feel confident that we're dealing with the best company that we can. And I don't know that now. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I liked your questions. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you. Is anybody else in the chambers who would like to make comments? Do we have anybody online? And nobody online, okay. Bring it back here for the board. Comments or questions here? Supervisor Leo, I believe you had something.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with some of the comments that were made by our public, and I appreciate those. I think overall, competition is always a good thing for our customers, and it keeps our vendors on their toes and making sure that we got the best price and the best service for our customers. But so I went through the same thinking process. What is the best avenue to go to? But I did really look at what Salinas Valley Waste Authority, and maybe my colleague Supervisor Lopez and Church could illuminate more. But when it comes to that word failure, I think if the goal was to try to see if there were other competitors in the Salinas Valley Recycle or Salinas Valley Waste Authority, to see if there was bidders that would provide a lower cost, and those didn't materialize, then I would say, well, they didn't produce what they had originally hoped to have some lower prices on there. And I also get the other part where it does take time, resources, delays the process. If I thought there was competitors in the area that would deem that, I would agree, maybe look at an RFP, but in light of what Salinas Valley Waste Authority just went through, I think that provides some learning lessons for us in this decision. The other part I go to, well, and I know my district is all in Salinas, so there's a different provider within the city limits here, but I have been able to observe and interact with waste management, and I agree with Supervisor Church during the floods in Pajaro. They had some labor issues going on, and they really, I would say, made stepped up in a big way during a very difficult time when the community really needed it. I mean, it was going through a lot. And yes, there were the labor issues, but even in that process, I think that waste management, their leadership, handled it in a very professional, respectful way to their employees, and resolved it. It didn't drag on for too long. And I appreciate that when these things do come up. I mean, our counties and local governments and private companies deal with labor issues all the time. But for me, it was good just observing that and saying, hey, they handled it well. They responded to their employees. And then, so the other lens I look at this is the impacts that it could have on their employees' lives, right? They're working here. They have their jobs. They love doing this work. I met a lot of these employees. I I don't, it creates anxiety always because if there is a change, it could really disrupt their livelihoods, their lives, their jobs. So I also bring that to it as well. And then when you balance all these different things, said, hey, if we look at negotiating an extension, under these different circumstances, I tend, in this situation, I'll tend to favor that. Maybe in some other circumstances, I'm always an advocate for an RFP, but in these circumstances, I think I could support engaging in that extension. The 15 years seems too long for me, and I think that would require a change in our ordinance. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Encarnacion, 10 years is permissible. Could you just provide clarity on a 10 versus the 15 years and what each would require if we were to pursue this route?
Thank you, Supervisor. Whether it's 10 or 15 years, there would have to be a change in the ordinance because the current ordinance does say 15 years, and we're up to that point. I would really like our consultant to comment on the time parameter to provide that insight, because I think it'd be valuable at this point to hear from Mr. Telosio about his insights on the time parameter in an ordinance.
Okay.
John, are you there?
Thank you, Rick. Yes, sir. So when you establish a cap for a term, for example, as a matter of municipal law, county law, it's a default position. Oftentimes you can, it just almost takes on it seems to prevail in more cases than not. So here we are citing 15 because that's a cap that we have that's embodied within the code. More often than not, I see now there's a trend away from that. There's just no reason to predetermine what that cap is, especially with more recent legislation. We talked about it, I touched on it earlier, that requires vast tens of millions of dollars of reinvestment in infrastructure. In some cases, you can't reasonably afford to amortize $50 million of new infrastructure over 10 years. The rate will be a burdensome to the ratepayers. And no different from a highway, for example. It's 30 years, it's 50-year bond, or 30-year bond, for example. So it's the same. Therefore, I don't know that you need to predetermine what the cap is. You're certainly, as far as what's a responsible term of the underlying franchise, not the code itself, anywhere from 7 years, 10 years, I wouldn't go less than 10. I mean, just from my personal opinion, and which is what currently is what you have in place currently under the existing franchise. It's a 10 with a 5 that was exercised. So that's my view on that. And if I'm I add one additional comment in regard to the benefits of an RFP process overall. I certainly have one accord with everyone who is of the opinion that the competitive process more often than not yields a very positive result, bottom line, and kind of reinforces a relationship, or it could reestablish a relationship, could renew a relationship. As I stated earlier, I believe in this particular instance, and this wasn't a position I came to lightly. I consulted with my partner, Jeff, exhaustively. We took into account all the market, the market climate, the dynamics, all the issues that are at hand. And I'm very certain that we can accomplish the objectives under this alternative direct negotiation model. That's what I believe. There's not going to be, and we have to keep in mind, we're questioning, for example, what might the market yield? Well, what's provided is in the public venue. I mean, it's in the public domain. All we have to do is look to a neighboring jurisdiction to see what they're receiving under their franchise. And we don't, as long as there's not a compulsion, a given reason why we ought to go to an RFP, because there's underlying service issues, or if it's just for the sake of being able to check off that box. Yes, we resorted to the RFP. That's the default. Therefore, it was dutiful on our part. Under this, because it's so complex, there's so much at stake, and this is a $50 million, upwards of a $50 million a year franchise. That alone, for example, essentially limits the field of eligible competitors. There's more than one. It's not only your incumbent. but it's not necessarily a handful. It could be two or three, because you have to look at what's responsible in terms of a growth, an acquisition slash growth action on the part of a bidder. So if a bidder comes in and they're a $100 million company, for example, private firm, I don't know anyone in particular necessarily, but if it's a $100 million firm and they're ambitious and they bid this thing competitively so that they're awarded the franchise, yet the franchise in this case is a $50 million a year franchise, they effectively take on a 50% growth spurt in one instance. That's completely imprudent, and it would potentially put at risk a very vital health and safety service.
Great, thank you, thank you. I think you answered my question thoroughly. I appreciate it, but I just wanted to, on that question, is to just say that's where I stand. I prefer the short term. I know this contract ends in 2025, so a 10-year extension that makes me more comfortable, a shorter period. The only other two things I would say, I know there is increasing pressures for waste haulers, with the recycled food scraps, and these are all new laws that get implemented, they get passed on. The state doesn't give any additional money to absorb those costs, and they get pushed on for us to be able to deal with in a new contract. So I recognize this is there's a lot of laws that are debated in Sacramento, perhaps even more over the next extension period, that will bring added pressures to these agreements. And the last thing I just wanted to recognize is that we are a very large county geographically, and that brings unique challenges. I know I brought this up with staff that even with our ambulance contract, it's so expensive, it's so complex, it's so difficult because of the size of our county to serve. If you're a smaller county like Santa Cruz, much second largest, smallest geographic county in the state, makes it very different than a county like ours it takes some time going from north to the south of our county and east to west. So I just wanted to recognize that as well. And when you have somebody who has that expertise, who knows the county, the unique challenges, that also wanted to just point, I take that into account as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to give my comments here at this point too, which are a little bit different, Supervisor Alejo's, in the sense that, I look at this in a 15-year contract. There needs to be some competition and come out and look at it. I think Waste Management may very well be the most affordable and provide the best service of anybody that can be out there and offer it. But again, when I look at what the San Luis Valley Solid Waste Authority has done and what they said they would do again, which is to put it out, I really have trouble with calling that a failure of going out and putting things out into the public and finding out what you have is the best you have, because you know that. And I do think it's, there are some issues that have come up. I mean, there's, as I've expressed to my own self here, that whenever I've reached out, I've had quick responses. I know the Waste Management has been there and disasters and helped and responded beyond the call of duty in many ways for many things. But I've also had quite a few comments, occasionally, and I wouldn't even say occasional, on a fairly steady level coming to my office. Most of that, it doesn't deal with that leadership here. It deals with the issue of having to call Texas and getting information and not getting things responded to timely. There's some concerns on some strict standards that I don't know if, lid's just a little bit too high or whatever there, and it might be some fines, and I don't know if that can be changed or anything. There's also the very basic part, which is our current contract, which is in that we basically are seeing fees increasing above inflation for year after year, as I brought up the last time we approved this. And that is basically because those who don't pay are essentially getting a free ride, and that those who are paying are having to pick up that cost. And that's something we have to find a way to address. That just can't go on, where people who timely pay their bill have to pick up for those people who refuse to pay their bill. There's something really, really wrong with that concept. So as I look at this, we can't put this out in a year time. I think that's too short. And frankly, when you're looking at something like this, One thing I want to address is Supervisor Alejo's concerns about the drivers. I think it would be really important that if we were to put this out, that it be mandated in a contract that those drivers be carried over to, if a new franchise holder was coming in, that they're going to have to be hired for that. I think that happens in a lot of cases on situations like this, and this would be essential to be included in a contract. But that's, again, I'm not saying that we need to go and find somebody else. We just need to look and see what's out there in the market. We can't do it in a year. The report says 15 months. We're getting this in a year. And again, I'll go back to my discussions with Mr. Matthews, who said that actually you probably need to have 2 years, because if somebody was to be awarded this, it's going to take a great deal of time to get the trucks and to be set up to do this. I mean, I'm feeling we should extend. We have a year in this contract. We should extend it another year, and open up a process to an RFP, or either option 1 or 2, or option 2, which is an RFQ, then an RFP. And I just think that's the fiscally responsible thing to do at this point. Supervisor Adams, did you ready, or sorry, I thought.
Yeah, I am. Thank you so much. I have a few questions of staff, and I'll make some comments. But a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about is you've recommended that we go to option 3. Do you have? Can you give me any thought of what the time it would take and the cost that it would be if we were to decide to go out for an RFP? And do we have the staff that would be available to manage this process, which I would assume would be, Supervisor Church has said, a 1 or 2 year process?
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Environmental health, we are short-staffed. It basically is Robin, myself, and the other manager, Marnie Flagg, that would be in charge of this. An RFP would be a considerable tax on our resources, because we're basically the health inspectors for the county. We have other things, and I did recall my timing on this, on putting this out. We've been working on this for past couple of months, up to a year, and we were ready to roll towards the beginning of the year. Big old winter storm happened, stuff out of our control. But in terms of the cost of an RFP, I don't have the exact specific number, but as our consultant mentioned, who looked deeply into this, it would be of a considerable cost, I'm assuming, and time and resources. And we were really relying on the input study analysis from our consultant to give us the best option. So doing an RFP, we would, just like any other task that you put to Environmental Health Bureau, we would get it done. We would have to prioritize. We provide basic service to the county in terms of providing health inspections, safety, disaster response, but it would be a considerable amount of time and energy from the Bureau.
Thank you for that. As much as I dislike disagreeing with our chair, I would like to just give an overview of the situation that we have within District 5. Most of the waste management provides waste services, hauling services to much of the district. And we hear a lot of good reports, not just from the service itself, but also from the polite, the helpful drivers. I've had personal experience with that myself. And additionally, to see that the waste management people, the staff, I'm thinking of Liz Hall particularly, very active in our community. And I really appreciate and see that regularly. Our district has so many challenges. Example, you've got a route to go down and pick up garbage in Big Sur as an example, and all of a sudden there's no road. All of a sudden you're going to go over Nacimiento Ferguson, and that's closed. And what I have seen, the efforts made to have things set up so that, week after week after week, people can still go get their garbage picked up because of the efforts that have been made by Waste Management. I'm very thankful for that. Another question that I have, and I don't know if this is for County Council or not, but if we were to decide, okay, maybe 15 years is too long, we'd like to go for, say, a 10-year extension. If we were to decide to do that, and then we got into negotiations with Waste Management on our contract, and it wasn't going the way we wanted it to go, would we still be able to change lanes and decide, okay, then we're going to go out for take an RFP, go out for an RFP, and because we're not happy with the way it looks as if it's going?
You could certainly do that and come back and request to go out to an RFP. And as far as the ordinance, right now, it does say every 15 years, or it can be no longer than 15 years. And you can change that to, whatever time period that the board, directs us to.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions and comments. Thank you.
Any other comments from supervisors?
Yeah, I think my perspective is a little different on this. We're all kind of coming up with our own iterations here. But mine comes from the experience of having been staffed to a supervisor during the last changeover. It was painful. I mean, it was extremely painful in the 3rd District, given the rural nature, given the challenges of understanding the community, as Supervisor Adams spoke to. And there was a lot of unique situations that had to be addressed in different ways. I'm afraid of, all right, bringing somebody new in and saying, all right, well, why do these exemptions exist versus those? And why does it happen in this way and not that way? Why isn't this road service? And without institutional knowledge, a lot of that gets lost. I'm afraid of the amount of work my staff in my office will have to take on if we switch right now within the time frame that's in front of us. I don't think we're ready for that. My experience has been that I have received complaints even as of late. I mean, in terms of the service, nobody is immune and no company is perfect. As recently as yesterday, I filed my own complaints, given my own dumpster, my own trash can lid being open or not open, and had to go reference the photos. It felt like an NFL, kind of threw a yellow flag, let's go check it again and review the tape, which is just weird to have to do when you're talking about your waste stream. Was the chair of Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority when we went through the process of trying to unify the contracts across the county. That the use of the word failure, I think, is hilarious. That was a weird word to read in the report. It wasn't a failure. We had a certain jurisdiction who chose not to play ball with everybody and broke the mold and kind of destroyed the process. It happens, right? You can't control those things. But having all those pieces, I understand AB 1383, know it well, unfunded mandates are not my game. But where we stand today in the path forward, I don't think we have an option beyond extending the contract. The question is how long, right? And if somebody else wants into this space, there's a lot of education and understanding that has to be built around a catalog of understanding of the different changes and things that are not currently part of the contract, because you're going to put it out there, there's going to be an expectation that this is what's available when it's not. What we're talking about is very different. And that is speaking to the challenges that Supervisor Church brought up around the non-payers. The fact that that is a very big reality for us in this county for many different reasons. From folks who never wanted the service, where the can showed up and they tossed it and now they're getting a bill every month even though there's no pickup for them, versus the folks who just understand that, well, if I don't pay, nothing happens, so I'm gonna keep going down this road. There has to be some shifts in terms of, it's not just the amount of dresses being serviced and what that looks like. Those aren't the real numbers that folks bid on, because at the end of the day, when those things iron out and become real, you start to see the increases that we've seen from Waste Management. Those numbers aren't made out of thin air. They come from the reality of service and what it looks like on the ground. So where am I today, given the conversation so far? I want to see an extension. I don't think 1 year, based on the 1 year left, is enough for a total of 2. I think at minimum 5 to allow us to properly catalog, but I understand it's going to take cost on our end to talk about where those exemptions are, where those exceptions are, what the real numbers are, and trying to address that non-payer issue. I think it's going to take at least that to to come back with a recommendation to fix those problems, which are the underlying issues that I'm afraid of should we go out to bid today. So based on the conversation today, I think that's where I am, but enjoying the conversation, look forward to the rest of the input from my colleagues.
Supervisor Askew.
Okay. Well, maybe I should add a new opinion to the mix. I'm not sure. I would tend to, I think, defer on this particular issue to my colleagues who have more of their residents serviced by our franchise haulers. So I'm listening very carefully to what I'm hearing. We do have East Garrison in District 4 that is serviced, and generally speaking, I think we've been very pleased and with the contract as it currently stands, and the provider needs. We've got, we get responses when we have issues that come up. There are issues that come up, but I think we would find that with any situation. I am acutely sensitive to the complexities of transitioning a contract that is this intricate and complex. As Supervisor Lopez mentioned, everything that you said, I think like those are very real concerns and issues that we'll all be impacted with. So I came in inclined to listen to my colleagues. I don't have any problem with extending the current or opening up negotiations with the current incumbent franchisee, whether it's 15 years or 10 years or 5 years. I'm gonna, I think, look to you all to give some guidance on what you think might be most appropriate. And I also recognize, we've as a board, identified a lot of issues as priorities. We've tasked environmental health with quite a few of our priority issues for response, for code enforcement, for for a large set of things. And I'm acutely aware that not everything can be a priority, and we have to be really intentional about how we're the workload that we're assigning to staff, so that we can actually get the things done that we need to get done. And so for me, that's another factor that plays into this. So I'll, I guess, defer to the ongoing conversation, but I'm gonna look for some consensus.
So, I'm understand the complications onto here, and there's a lot of details need to be worked out as we've all talked about. And I know the shortage hand our staff is. Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority did go through and do it all in-house, but they do, our health department has their hands on a lot more pots than on issues from water to restaurants to, environmental health obviously has a much bigger chore in hand. So, hearing Supervisor Lopez saying, a year wouldn't be able to deal with that, plus our other issues, and I agree with that. I'd be willing to extend it out onto there for something like maybe, I don't know if I want to go 5 years, but like 3 years, if we were to go through and set forth some RFP process at that point, because I do think you just can't go 25, 30 years like we're talking about here with potentially extending this and not have some competitive process to see what we're doing. This is a big contract. We have a fiscal responsibility, $50 million. So, I think we have to go through that process at some point. And whether it's not going to be possible to do it right now, but there's details that need to be worked out here the next few years. And maybe, that could be negotiated with here for a very short-term extension. I mean, that would be like 4 years essentially, because we got 1 year to go. And then at that point, make sure that it is going out for some input from the other companies that were around.
Thank you, Supervisor. So I'm thinking we have 5, 3, 5, and I'm 10. So we could toss a coin, or we could ask staff if they have any. Pardon?
3, 5,
10.
10.
And I'm a 10.
So.
Ooh, 2 10s.
Sorry about my microphone. I want to just acknowledge, I hear you, Supervisor Church, and I agree, and I tend to agree with regular RFP processes on most issues that we're talking about. I think the financial responsibility that we have to ensure our customers are getting the best quality service and the best price, for many reasons. I do see this I see this particular service as being unique in how it's many jurisdictions run their own waste management services themselves, so you do have that continuity over time. So I see it as being a fairly nuanced niche of we are in an RFP space, but it is a unique situation. So, if we were talking only 5 years, I think we would need to be planning over the next 2 to determine, what our next steps would be. But I'm comfortable with 10.
5 actually means 6, because we do have 1 to go, just to let you know out of that. But
Are we saying 9 then? If
We're in June, it's half a year's over already.
I can't go over 5, and I'll vote no onto it. But I'll go 5, understanding this, realizing that this will be also, we're going to be negotiating with Waste Management over some of the issues and concerns while we try to come up with some resolution for a whole number of issues here that are just within the contract and we set forth years ago. But I want to make it clear, though, we need to go out 5 years from now, or less than 5 years from now, and actually have a process at that point.
So I've been clear, right, about what my desires are in terms of the challenges that I've seen. If I can vote for 10, if there's an agreement that we have, part of the contract negotiation addition be that we have a local call center of some form, or at least a local phone number, because this whole phone calls going to Texas has been the largest complaint that I've received, and I could not vote for 10 if that's not part of it. So I want to be very clear about that. But other than that, I can support 10, understanding all the other pieces that need.
I'll make that the motion to provide staff direction to negotiate with the incumbent and franchisee for a possible 10-year extension, and with the caveat that this call center issue would be included in those negotiations to address local customer complaints and service needs.
I'll second that.
I know we have a motion here. First, I want to see if you're going to second it, but Rupa Shah has her hand up. So Rupa, yes, please go ahead.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Supervisor Church, Chair Church, and the Board of Supervisors. The Internal Audit Division of the Auditor Controller's Office conducted an audit last year, and we issued a report of the audit in July of 2023. Now, our audit was limited to the franchise fee portion that should be submitted to the county. However, in the current contract, there is a provision for the county to opt to have a full billing and performance review performed at the waste management's expense. So we provided this recommendation in our audit report that was issued last year, that the county should move forward, should consider and move forward with having this audit conducted with the existing waste management franchisee. So there is the benefit to the customers, to the county, to see how the overall service provision and performance is handled at the waste management. And so whether, hearing this conversation of the board, I just wanted to provide that additional piece of information. Thank you.
Thank you. That's another point of consideration. I'm still in a position I can't go beyond 5, so I'm not going to be able to support what we have right here. But I do think one of the other issues we have to address here is this people who aren't being paid, their bills being picked up by people who are being responsible. It's a big issue. So, and yes, Supervisor Askew.
Well, so I was just going to ask if there was anything, so that's an issue that you need to see resolved in the current negotiation, then if we could add that as a friendly amendment, is that?
I'm open to that. It seems like a real legitimate issue.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I don't know what that solution looks like with the call center piece. It was easy to say we need a local person with this, but I raised it as an issue as well. I just don't know how
it's tough because, you know, I feel like it's not the driver's fault, you know, but I feel like there needs to be a way to determine how to address that. And if that is something that could be done during the contract, you know, negotiation, so to speak, I think that would be a good thing to add in.
Exactly. Look for a solution on that.
And Church, was there anything else that you were wanting to make sure got included as far as our direction?
I think those were the big ones. Again, I'm not going to be able to vote for it because it's going over 5 years, but I appreciate the board taking up some of the issues here for negotiation.
We want you to be happy.
I'm never happy.
But
As his family laughs in the back of the room.
But before we vote, I just wanted to say I hope that in the negotiations, those community benefits, like those cleanup days that we have, bulky items, because those are things that as contracts go, they get cut out to try to save costs. But those are, I think, important to include there. Other counties have them. We have it now, so I want to just make sure that those community benefits continue.
We ready for a vote? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay. The motion passes 4-1. And with that, we'll recess for lunch.
Back into closed session.
At closed session, sorry. Yes.
course I can. So we're sitting here, we're looking to the left. It sounds better even with me sitting all the way back here? Okay, then we need to make sure.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. 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 Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly.
And we have the announcement for the Spanish interpretation services. I don't know if that's Diego or...
Diego, yes. Diego?
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis y en unión con Ana Rueda de Vidales seremos sus intérpretes en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que lo escuchemos. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse que tenemos la oportunidad de interpretarle antes de seguir adelante y favor de no interrumpir mientras le estamos interpretando. Si se encuentra en la sala de la reunión y necesitan audífonos para escuchar en español, favor pasar al escritorio del guardia de seguridad para conseguir uno. Todos los audífonos se devolverán cuando abandone la reunión. Para aquellos que pueden estar en el webinar en inglés vía Zoom, pero hablan español, también pueden unirse a nuestro webinar en español si así lo desean. El número de identificación del seminario web en español se puede encontrar en nuestra página web. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. First item up is item 8, which is East Garrison. And Ms. Peretti,
Thank you. Quinn, could you please share staff right? Good afternoon, Chair Church, members of the Board of Supervisors, Anna Kenga, Principal Planner with HCD Planning. With me today is Melanie Beretti, Acting Chief of Planning for HCD. We are here to present on the UCP East Garrison LLC project, which is file number PLN 030204 AMD2. The information provided at today's presentation for your consideration includes a brief background of the East Garrison community and specific plan, the proposed project scope by the applicant. We will cover public comment, environmental review, and conclude with staff's recommended actions. To provide a little bit of background, in October 4th, 2005, the Board of Supervisors took actions on the following elements shown on this slide. These actions allowed the establishment of the East Garrison community and development of 1,400 residential units, up to 75,000 square feet of commercial development. Also included recreation areas such as parks and public facilities. The applicant has proposed modifications to the development, and in order to achieve vertical consistency within the governing document and the development, they have included an amendment to the East Garrison specific plan. On this slide to the left is a graphic showing the existing land use map of the project area as adopted in 2005. On the right is the proposed land use map as amended. The area highlighted in this box to the left shows two parcels that are L-shaped and they are identified in the pink color. Those parcels were intended to be the affordable housing units that would flank the art space park. With the amendment, the applicant proposes to relocate these uses within the town center area parcel that the arrow is pointing to. These units would be within a mixed-use building above the commercial space. The area highlighted in this circle shows town center parcels colored in red and live-work parcels colored in pink. The plan included a concept that potentially could locate a commercial building in the lower area here with 40 lofts above and a parking area in this location. The amendment includes to redesignate this parcel to live-work units, which would provide 119 live-work row houses. On the left, the parcel designated as RH2, or residential high 2, with the arrow pointing towards it, included a concept where 151 condo units would be placed on that site. The amendment does not include redesignation of this lot, but it does include a change to the concept where these would be small single-family lots with detached units. This slide shows a numerical representation of the changes that are proposed. Overall, the residential units would be decreased by 16, resulting in 1,384 units. The adopted plan included establishment of 70 carriage units if water was available, and the modification does not make any change to those units. The amendment also includes a decrease in the commercial square footage from 75,000 to 30,000. This decrease was proposed as the applicant has submitted a retail study indicating that there is a change in market demands and there is no longer a need for the amount that was the maximum amount allowed. In addition, the maximum amount allowed included contemplation of an East Garrison Part 2, which is in the Parker Flats area. That development would no longer occur due to restrictions for habitat conservation. This slide highlights the proposed changes to the parking requirements. Later in staff's presentation, we also go over in more detail relative to the parking changes. But in summary, the residential high 2 land use designation would have a decrease in the required parking requirements. So it would go from 2.25 spaces per unit to 2 spaces per unit. The town center residential component is proposed to have an increase, changing from 1.25 spaces per unit to 1.5 spaces per unit. And then a new parking requirement for a fast casual restaurant is proposed, and that requirement would be 1 parking space per 80 square feet of building space. The amendment also includes proposed changes to the height limits. The tables that are to the left show the existing height limits as adopted in 2005, and the tables to the right show the proposed amendment. Overall, there is no increase in the maximum height limitation. However, there is a change in the location where these heights would occur. So on this blown up figure, the residential high 2 allowed a 50-foot structure or structures with up to 4 stories. And again, that was in the concept there was to have a condo unit or units. That land use designation parking requirement or height requirement would decrease as proposed. It would be limited to 45 feet and reduced to 3 stories. The town center parcels, as adopted, allowed a 45-foot height limit with 3 stories. And as proposed, that height limit would be increased to 50 feet, and the stories would increase to 4 stories. The live-work units, as adopted, provided a 35-foot height limit with a maximum of 3 stories, and as proposed, the height would increase to 45 feet. However, the maximum amount of stories would remain at 3. The East Garrison, or the amendment also includes changes to the pattern book. The pattern book was adopted as an attachment to the East Garrison specific plan, and this book intended to outline the required site development standards such as setbacks and siting of structures on lots. It also included the appropriate design elements for the East Garrison community. The amendment introduces 2 new lot types, the live-work row house and the hamlet lots. The live-work row houses are intended to be similar to townhomes, and the hamlet lots are single-family detached lots. The amendment also includes a new unit type, which is the live-work row house unit type. This type allows for the residential component to be located on the upper floors and the ability to have light commercial uses as spelled out in Table 8 of the specific plan to occur on the bottom floor. A new take on the Spanish Revival design is also proposed, which has a more modern take to the Spanish Revival design, and this is intended to be the architectural style for the town center mixed-use building. Although the applicant provides modifications to the development and reduces the overall residential component, their proposal still maintains their obligations to provide affordable housing. As shown on this slide, the remaining 66 very low and low income units would occur in the final phase. The remaining 33 moderate income units would also occur in the final phase, as well as the remaining 70 workforce 2 income units. Not only does the modification to the development require an amendment to the specific plan, it also requires an amendment to the entitlements that were approved in 2005. To the left summarizes the original approval, and to the right summarizes the amendment to the permit before you today, which includes the mixed-use town center building with 30,000 square feet on the first floor and 66 affordable housing units above. Also includes the establishment of the 61 residential medium units, 79 residential high units, and the 119 live-work row houses. The development also requires changes in the lots as they were legalized through the existing final maps. Therefore, the applicant included a request for a vesting tentative map, which is intended to subdivide the 20.25 acre portion of the final phase. This subdivision would result in 2 town center parcels, 140 single-family residential parcels, the 119 live-work parcels, 2.285 acres in open space, and 3.35 acres in right-of-way. The illustration shown on this slide demonstrates the applicant's intent to develop the final phase in 2 subphases. Phase A would occur first, and that is shown in orange. That would be the town park, the mixed-use building, and the hamlet lots. And then Phase B, shown in blue, would then follow, and that would be the remaining portion of the final phase. Before you today is also a draft resolution for consideration and acknowledgement of successor agency agreements. Modifications to these agreements are necessary in order to ensure that the developer meets their obligations for timing and delivery of products that are allowed and approved. Staff received numerous public comment. This is a very good and positive indication that the community is is willing to be engaged in the public process and that they do care about the needs and the vision of the community. The main comments received were relative to parking. Structure heights and changes were also brought up. Comments included reducing the commercial square footage, the size of the town center park, adaptive reuse of the battle simulation and theater buildings, as well as the allowed uses within the town center commercial component. The applicant has submitted with their packet a shared parking analysis, which was updated in May 2024. This analysis looked at data considering what parking ratios were required through the adopted specific plan. And it also considered methodologies from the Urban Land Use Institute and the Institute of Traffic Engineers. The study was intended to provide evidence that the amended parking ratios and the parking that is proposed would have a sufficient supply to address the community's needs as well as the public. This study had a lot of data and narrative explaining the data and the outcomes. Therefore, staff made an attempt to build a table summarizing the data points and felt that this would be necessary and easier to understand and consider. So a couple of points staff would like to make on this table. The applicant stated that through working with the public, they wanted to address the lack of parking closer to their homes. In phases 1, 2, and 3, the driveways were a lot shorter and were alley loaded, so they did not allow for sufficient parking spaces right outside of their garage. So with that, the applicant has modified the site development standards and increased the length of the driveways for the residential medium product, residential high 2 product, and the row house, which allows some of the lots to have parking within the driveway. 2 of the product types also include off-street guest parking areas. With the increase of the affordable unit parking ratio requirement, the amount of parking required is 99 parking spaces for the 66 units. Based on the information of the study and information submitted by the applicant, 66 of these parking spaces would be located off-street, and 33 parking spaces would be located on the street. The parking analysis also assumed that there would be a 2,000 square foot fast casual restaurant. With the new parking ratio, 25 spaces would be required. The town center parking lot contains approximately 99 spaces, so 25 of those would be allocated or could be allocated to the restaurant. In terms of the commercial, the remaining 28,000 square feet of commercial space at 1 space per 250 square feet, that would require a minimum of 112 parking spaces. So if we counted the affordable units and the commercial fast casual restaurant parking spaces, that would or could then allocate 26 spaces within the town center parking area. There is also 10 available, there would be 10 available spaces, 4 14 available spaces within the chapel area. I'm sorry, it is 10. 10 available spaces within the chapel off-street parking. So this slide, or this data demonstrates that there is a significant deficit in the off-street parking proposed for the commercial uses. To alleviate that, the applicant has proposed 260 on-street parking spaces. So if you subtract the 33 that would be allocated to the affordable units, that would leave a 227 remaining on-street spaces. In summary, the data supports that there is a surplus in parking over what would be required as the plan is amended. However, that surplus would greatly rely on on-street parking. This is just a graphic representing the overall parking layout. The areas shown with the green lines would be the on-street parking areas. That is also specified in the study. The applicant has submitted a concept for the affordable housing parking. This graphic shows the parking lot for the town center, which would allocate 48 spaces for the affordable units, and the parking lot for the chapel, which would allocate 18 units. And again, the total amount of parking spaces in this area is 99. And the total amount of parking spaces at the chapel area is 42. To cover the remaining concerns, as previously demonstrated, the overall height within the community would not increase. However, there would be a relocation of structures that would have that height. One of the commenters had concerns relative to fire apparatus and the ability to perform firefighting services. The application was brought before an interdepartmental review committee, which included the fire department early on. Once plans were submitted and resubmitted through corrections, that material was also provided by staff to the Monterey County Regional Fire Department. The concern relative to the reduction in commercial square footage had to do with the potential for development near East Garrison. This is not part of the final phase, and as of now, the HCD does not have an application for that. Also, as demonstrated earlier, the commercial square footage was reduced based off of market changes, and studies provide evidence that the commercial for the area is adequate. In addition, the live-work row houses, or the live-work units, were increased from 49 to 119, providing additional supplemental light commercial uses within the area. The concerns relative to the town center park identified that the increase in density should result in an increase in the size of the town center park. However, the overall maximum residential units in East Garrison is being decreased by 16, and there are several parks within the community. Therefore, staff did not find substantial evidence for the need to increase the size of the town center park. The adapted reuse of the battle simulation and theater buildings was also a concern. The commenters suggested using these areas for parking or recreational uses such as a skate park, or the ability to extend Bragg Way to Sloat. However, these parcels are under ownership of the successor agency, and therefore it is not part of this proposal, and changing of use would have to go through a different permit path and review. One commenter had concerns about the town center uses that are allowed, such as allowing a brewery and the limitation of a grocery store to 10,000 square feet. Bars, breweries, and things of that nature are allowed uses in the commercial areas of the town center. And again, the limitation of the grocery store size was based off of the retail study analysis. As required by the California Environmental Quality Act, an addendum to the certified and adopted final subsequent environmental impact report was prepared and is before you for consideration. The addendum identifies the modification of the project scope, and it discloses the reduction of the residential units and the allowed square footages. It also concludes that there were no new impacts or new mitigation measures identified based off of these changes. And all the applicable mitigation measures and conditions of approval for the final phase have been incorporated as conditions of approval. At this point, staff would like to point out that the resolutions attached to Exhibits B and C were inadvertently switched. So with that, staff recommends that the board consider the addendum together with the FEIR and adopt resolutions for the following project components shown on this slide. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions if you have any.
If the board has any questions for staff now, I know the Mr. Lombardo, you're representing the applicant, I assume. We want to wait to. I can give you 5 minutes because you're representing the applicant if you have something to present.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair, Anthony Lombardo. I was just going to introduce the consultants who are here to address the technical issues, and specifically, we had a very long and productive hearing at the Planning Commission, and I think the remaining questions more or less revolve around parking. And so we brought the Bill Weissman from Kimley Horn, who prepared the parking analysis, to explain that. So if that's acceptable.
Yeah, that would be fine. I can give you 5 minutes since it's part of the application here.
Yeah, I think Mr. Weissman will probably need more than 5 minutes to discuss parking, but.
Oh,
and Mr. Chair, just a point of parliamentary procedure. In all our past hearings and all the previous years, in these types of hearings, we've always given 10 minutes to each side. Yep. And I'm only here now cutting that time in half, but that's been our practice on this board, to give 10 minutes to each side to make both make the arguments for both sides of these types of.
I'm happy to do that if the board wants to do that. Yeah. Okay, we'll give you 10 minutes. That'd be fine.
Yeah. Mr. Weissman's a lot more interesting than I am. Thank you. It's been 20 years since East Garrison was approved. Things change, markets change, demand changes. Obviously, we went through COVID and the new world of Amazon shopping, and we have a new partner, Chispa's, come in to work with us on the last component of the 66-unit affordable multifamily. This project component is 52% affordable, this last component. So we'd like to get going. We've been 3 years getting to this point with this amendment, which have involved 12 community meetings. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Barry Long, who's our planner, has been working on the land plan, and then Mr. Wiseman to talk about the parking. Thank you.
Quinn, could you please share staff right?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Supervisors. Barry Long, Urban Design Associates. I'm going to go quickly so we can get to the parking study, and Bill Weissman will follow me next. The development team you're familiar with. We were here before you a little over a year ago. Next. On the right-hand column, you see Board of Supervisors Update 12423. The meetings that we've had subsequent to the last time we were here, 2 of them had to do with the community and the Parking Town Hall, and then a follow-up. We also met with the Airport Land Use Commission and then of course Planning Commission on 410, where we received a unanimous recommendation. Next. The area we're discussing, as staff said, is outlined here in red. Next. And then we went through the issues addressed in the plan the last time. I'll just highlight the last one: increased parking in the final phase and dedication of spaces for the affordable units. We dedicated those spaces after the Planning Commission meeting, and the graphic that staff presented was an early concept where we had that parking split behind the affordable building and in the chapel lot. It's since all been consolidated directly below the behind the building, not up in the chapel lot. So that's a coloring revision on our part. Next. The land plan staff presented. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I would say on the height, the blue buildings, that whole area was zoned for 4-story buildings. Currently, the right-hand side of the mixed-use red building is to be 4 stories. And we've met with the fire chief as recently as 2 weeks ago, have met with him regularly during this process. They have no issues with that being 4 stories. Next. This is an illustration of that building looking down at the 3-story portion. It's broken into 2 pieces with a connection to parking, open connection in the middle. Next. View of the park, which will also be completed as part of the final phase. Next. And then just to put a punctuation on what staff said, the affordable unit 66 in the original plan, 66 proposed. Moderate income 33 in the original plan, 33 proposed in the final phase. Workforce 70 in the original plan, 70 in the final phase. And then market rate 172 units in the original plan, 156 in the proposed plan. That's where the reduction of 16 comes from. It comes out of the market rate units. Then on the commercial, what was required in the original plan, 30,000 square feet, 30,000 is still proposed. And then the library, 4,000 in the original plan, 4,000 originally proposed. So the 34,000 that's required in the original plan is still what will be built. Next. Century is going to meet their obligations. The things that we just went over, we would also say that last bullet we added, the $6 million in remaining fiscal obligations, will also be part of the final phase. Next. And then we will jump to the parking analysis, and Bill Weissman.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Bill Weissman with Kimley Horn and Associates. Just a little bit of context. I and other staff from Kimley Horn, we've worked on the East Garrison project now for probably 20 years. We worked on it with the original entitlements. We did then it was a redevelopment agency. We did plan review. We did compliance of conditions and mitigation measures. Probably about $2 million worth of contracted work, all contracted with the county, so over many, many years. The other thing I just want to note is that our transportation team, led by Frederick Venter, we've been working on traffic studies in support for the county, again, for probably 30 years plus on different things. So we're well established and understand parking and traffic related issues. So next slide. This is not, okay. Oh, this is the wrong version. So I'm just going to have to do this the best I can. So without our slide, so bear with me. Okay, so basically we prepared the shared traffic report, shared parking analysis, and basically the conclusions are that the residential parking supply exceeds what was required in the specific plan by 50%. And the town center exceeds the recommended best practices, which Anna was talking about before with ULI and ITE as the 2 industry standards, by 25%. And then there's also some recommendations we made to address parking pressures a little bit broader than just in the final phase area. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. These are just some images that were taken we had some comments from the Planning Commission related to existing parking and what's out there. So you can just sort of go through these, but it's just showing that there is an ample amount of parking. In this parking where you're seeing parking, there's cars, there's probably residents that are parking. They do have their own allocated spaces. So this is, for example, looking down Ord Avenue. Go ahead. And you can just keep flying through these. There's 3 or 4 of them, Anna. They were done at 8:30, 12, and 6:30 on weekend and weekdays, just for context, okay? Go ahead. Okay, so the original 2005 specific plan, items number 2 and 5 that are outlined here in the red, specifically call out that a shared parking analysis is an acceptable way. And in fact, it's been an industry standard to do shared parking, particularly for mixed use projects, because you basically have off peak. So a restaurant is going to have different peaks as opposed to a retail or multifamily, et cetera. So the idea is shared parking is a very acceptable way of doing that so that you're not just paving and doing the maximum for all uses independently. So the standard is already in there. Go to the next slide, please. And by looking at what we did is look at these 2 methodologies for shared parking. So what you're seeing here in the blue is weekday and the orange is weekend. So we looked at what the parking demand requirements would be under Urban Land Institute, the first set grouping, Institute of Traffic Engineers. We compared that to the East Garrison specific plan, which you see the 203 spaces. And then the final column is what we're actually providing. So in short, the parking exceeds what's being required from a methodology standpoint, and the town center itself exceeds that by 25%. Next slide. This is the final parking supply numbers that's in the report. That top part with the brown band is the residential. There's 3 different types of residential. That totals 776 spaces. That's for both on-street and off-street dedicated driveways, garages, et cetera. And then, so the requirement there would be in total at 2 units, well, sorry, I'll digress because I don't have the numbers right. In total, it's 776 spaces, so it's far more than that's being required. On the lower is the town center mixed use, so this is where we're looking at a shared parking methodology. You can see the breakdown in total, that's providing 422 spaces. As Anna mentioned, 260 of those would be on the on-street. And so for a total parking, we're providing nearly 1,200 parking spaces for the project. In addition, there's 151 spaces along Ord, and that parking area would be allowed used for special events as well as overflow. But if there's a special event in the town center, there's yet another 151 spaces. Next slide. This is the parking residential demand summary for the residential. So the demand number is 518, and we're providing 776. So it's 50% more parking for the residential. Next slide. And I'm not going to get into these. These were not supposed to be in there because it gets a little too complicated, but this is the concept of shared parking. So we'll skip these 2. I've already explained them. As Anna mentioned, we increased the standards under the East Garrison specific plan for for restaurants and for town center. Next. And this is just showing see, we're completely out of order. This is showing the residential, how we're accommodating by providing basically a way in excess for the residential. And I think I'll end it there because I think the other slides are not relevant. So thank you for your time. If you have any questions, we're certainly available.
Sure, thank you. Okay. Are there any questions from the board before we go out to the public?
One question. I do have many questions. And we did allow 10 minutes for the applicant. I know there were some residents who were really interested in having an organized presentation. I'm not sure if it was clear that they would have time to present an organized presentation.
They're not, it was kind of a tough call because they're not, didn't really appeal. It was approved from the, but I did suggest that if they want to get, 5 2-minute presentations in a row, that would be fine. That's what I suggested to them.
Okay.
Because I'm just a little afraid when you don't have a direct appeal and a lot of different people, everybody then starts to feel they have a right for a special presentation. But again, for those folks who are interested in that, we'll take you 5 in a row.
Have many questions that I would like to elevate from conversations I've had with residents and with staff. But I think maybe we should hear from public first, and then I can add to my list of questions.
Unless anybody else has any questions? Yeah, we'll go to the public. There's
Chairman Church, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, just use the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you for allowing us the 2 minutes each for 5 of us. If I may, we had a presentation a PowerPoint that we would hope to show, but it looks like it's not available. And so,
do you have it available with you there?
Have permission to use the overhead?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Thank you.
It's on now.
Okay.
Let's straighten it up. Can we adjust that a little bit? So there we go.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll start. My name is Al Shamble. I'm a resident and homeowner in East Garrison, and we moved to East Garrison 7 years ago looking forward to a thriving town center and vibrant arts district. We knew this was not a gated community, willingly embraced the idea of diversity and cultures with different housing types and affordable housing. We are disappointed in how slow the development continues and feel the board is responsible and now needs to help us with a major parking problem that we foresee. As the successor agency, each Board of Supervisors represents not just your district, but you are the grandfathers and grandmothers of East Garrison from Fora. You are our mayor and city council and owe it to East Garrison to care for it. Each of your districts will know how you treated and cared for the East Garrison affordable housing residents. Did you give them the same off-street required parking the county regulations require, or did you make them walk or park a distance from their homes? We do want a town center and a historic arts district and artist affordable housing. But as you can see from the slide, there is, there's a conflict with 4 entities trying to share one off-site parking space: retail, affordable housing, a park, a chapel. There are many flaws in the developer's parking demand study, as we will demonstrate. There are 2 outdated charts from 2004 that was shown where shared parking is okay, but that's before moving the affordable units into the town center. The methodologies and from nationwide institutions and not actually walking our streets is poor until taking photos 2 weeks ago that show big open spaces and not our streets. Parking demand is different than parking required by regulations. 66 affordable units required by county regulations equals 99 parking spaces on site. There are 103 spaces, leaving only 4 for the town center retail. A town center square footage of 30,000 square feet requires 120 parking spaces and more if restaurants also object to the town center architectural plan without a public review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Shamble, the other half of the team, and we complete each other's thoughts. So, we formally object to the parking study as being flawed, incomplete, and not in compliance with the county's parking regulations. Since the study was made public last Thursday, residents have uncovered discrepancies and additional considerations. I'm delighted to see that Kimley Horn came out to East Garrison. Those photos were dated less than 2 weeks ago, and clearly show that there are baseline parking problems. Kimley Horn is employed by Century. A study conducted by the developer is never truly independent, and this study is not without evidence of bias. As Alfred said, Century cites the specific plan as allowing shared parking, but that's from 2005. And when they were talking shared parking, they meant the chapel and the park. And at that point, the artist affordable housing was off-site and had its own 132 parking spaces tucked underneath it. The Planning Commission agreed and approved their design pursuant to them finding affordable housing, which must have designated parking. So let's see, talking about the study being inaccurate and incomplete, if you focus in right in here, their chart for what kind of parking they need says TBD in 2 different places. To me, the idea of submitting a report like this is that it be complete when it is presented to the public and to the staff. But let's talk about what's fair. So they just now said, oh no, we've redrawn that parking. But look at that. That is all the parking off-street that East Garrison gets. There are no other off-street parking places. And that is what we need. We need off-street parking. Delighted that they have on-street parking, but you can't just say, oh, those other 33 cars, they can just park on the street. Is that really fair? And to say they don't need to park there, they can take the bus,
Okay.
Well, that's classist.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Church and board members, it's nice to see you again. Thank you. I'm Irene Long. I'm a resident of East Garrison. At the Planning Commission meeting, we learned Century's parking consultant was never on site while conducting the study and didn't factor in parking that was already in use. So we conducted our own study, the methodology for which should be in your packet. The 2 charts show that what our study revealed. The chart on the left shows that with 66 spaces allotted for the affordable housing, there are 37 spaces left, and that's actually not correct because they're now saying 99 spaces, but told us 103. So in any case, 37 are all that's available for the town center. But if you put in the 1.5 parking spaces, which I was pleased to see on their slide now, then that takes up 99 for affordable housing and leaves a total of 4 parking spaces for 30,000 square feet of retail. It kills our town center in one blow. The big news, though, is that the total short just in the commercial, the retail, affordable housing, and the chapel and the town center park is 538 parking spaces short. So we won't be getting a town center, we won't be getting a market, we won't be getting a coffee shop. What we will be getting is 538 residents and visitors circling our streets every day in search of finding parking forever. Our town center, our community future and livability is in your hands. Please handle it with care. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Supervisors, my name is Dick Stevens. I've been a 6-year resident of East Garrison. Last year, Century gave you an update. At the time, a group of us spoke to you about the parking issue. To your credit, you instructed Century to restudy the parking plan. But as Helen and Irene just pointed out a few minutes ago, nothing has been done to improve the parking situation in the specific plan. There are consequences to an inadequate parking. Businesses will not locate where there is inadequate parking for their customers. Event sponsors will not host an event if there is inadequate parking. Buyers and affordable housing renters will not buy or rent if there is inadequate parking. All of these threaten the viability of the town center. Can we put a hold? We're missing a couple.
Sure, why don't you hold it for them?
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Wendy. Appreciate it. So I went over to the Dunes affordable housing yesterday, This is a picture of their parking lot. So I counted the number of parking spaces per unit. It's 3 parking spaces per unit. Very generous. This is the Dunes a shopping center, 40,000 square feet, 160 spaces, in addition to overflow. And we're going to have, or if we proportion it, it comes out to we need 120 if we have the equivalency of what's at the Dune Shopping Center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name's Ed Aegis. I've been a resident of the East Garrison community for the last 8 years. I want to summarize and leave you with some points to think about, because you are our successor agency. So I look to you as our city council in terms of the decisions that you're going to make are going to have an impact, not just today, not just tomorrow, but in the future. Okay, there's a conundrum of some issues that have been brought up early on by Al in regards to the development of the community, even other things that are going to be happening with the increased enrollment at the university with Parcel 13. The study that you saw and heard today about parking has flaws. It's not really in compliance with Title 21. It's not in compliance with the Assembly Bill 314 that was passed last year, that's been put into effect this year and will be enforced at the beginning of next year. Okay, basically it's going to create a crisis and exacerbate the parking situation. I can even tell you today as a resident, I live right across from Lincoln Park. When there are events, I can't park in front of my house. I've got to go park on another block. So here you have residents that will be in phase 1 and phase 2 that will also want to make use of the, whether it's a coffee shop, whatever that commercial space is, and the amphitheater, okay, that will want to drive. They're not going to walk from phase 1 and phase 2 over to the town center. They're going to use their vehicles. So, and I know in the Planning Commission, it was brought up to the fact that for Century to go back and come up with a proposed solution to resolve the parking. We would like to work with Century to be able to do that. Okay, we think that we need to have a study basically mandated by you all with staff that we could review in time and come up with some really workable solutions, because the situation today as presented has got flaws and it's going to exacerbate the problems that we have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there more public comment on this? Yes, please come forward. If you want, just come on up and, yeah.
But are we now just doing regular public comment?
Well, we're doing regular public comment. This isn't, there isn't an official opposition, so it's difficult for me to say, hey, you got,
well,
I'll give you a full 10 minutes.
I'm a regular public comment.
Yeah, and go right ahead. We're in public comment.
Thank
We're in
you,
open public comment.
appreciate it. Good afternoon, all. My name is Renata Perry. My husband Frank and I live in East Garrison. My husband was unable to attend the meeting this afternoon, so he prepared a write-up regarding 2 real-world cases that he asked me to read to you. My name is Frank Perry, and my office is in Ryan Ranch, Monterey, California. I have 2 examples where miscalculations regarding parking ratios impacted business. Case 1, near my office, there's a small strip center beside Tarpey's Restaurant that houses a Starbucks, Jack in the Box, Wells Fargo, a 24-hour vet office, and other businesses. There have been several private businesses in the past 10 years that were forced to go out of business due to the severe lack of parking, especially during the lunch rush. I can't tell you how many times I've driven in circles to try to park, only having to give up. The loss of revenue for these businesses was devastating to them, and they were eventually forced to leave. As of this writing, there still remain several vacancies that have been empty for over 3 years. Case 2, several years ago, in my own office complex, we conducted an office expansion. When the city inspectors came by, they informed us we had overexpanded the office square footage space and clearly failed the parking ratio formula. Since increasing parking spaces was not possible, our only option was to modify the number of private offices and open-air cubicle space to meet the minimum requirements. Based on the data that has been accumulated at East Garrison, the parking ratios indicate a severe parking shortage that can be easily confirmed. This will undoubtedly create serious issues for residents, businesses, and visitors. We implore you to please reevaluate the parking ratios before proceeding with the East Garrison proposed plan amendment, because we have shown it is not viable, and so we ask you to object to it and ask you to not adopt it. We already have parking issues. We don't have 277 street parking available. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Deborah Kelly, and I'm a homeowner in East Garrison. And unlike my neighbors, I'm in support of the town center and appreciate the Century representative, Dean Mills, meeting and listening to the concerns of the community and making changes to the original plan to address the community concerns. Though I do have a question for you, Supervisors. There is a requirement in the town center plan by the county to require MIST to have bus stops every half mile along Sherman Boulevard. Can the Supervisors amend this and not require it in the plan, in the final plan? Also, can you provide clarification regarding the EG HOA Association to fund local and regional transit services to MIST? Thank you for your time. I do have something from another homeowner that wasn't able to attend. Do you want to read it, Wendy, or should I? Okay.
Hi, Supervisors. I am Dalila Epperson. I am an East Garrison resident and one of the originals too in Phase 2. We want what we were sold in the beginning. We understand that things change, but things change. 75,000 square foot town center, that's what we were sold, not less than 30,000 square foot town center. A large parking lot on the upper town center parcel. A maximum 3-story high town center. The height, as you were seen, as you were shown, they increased it. So it's not actually a 3-story town center. It's now, if you add the math up, when they drew it up and increased the height, it's actually a 5.5-story high town center structure. We do not want that. The majority of East Garrison are opposed to this plan, so please take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's John Ferrari. I live in East Garrison on Morgan Street. I'm speaking for my neighbors and my friends who I've talked to about this project, and I read the Nextdoor website every day, and the big issue is parking. I am totally for this program. I feel that Century did their homework. They met with everyone. They got everybody's input. I walk that neighborhood 3 or 4 times a week, and there's more than adequate parking for this project. And the most important thing, which just frustrates me, it's right in the middle of the development. Everyone is going to either walk or bike to this town center. There's not going to be a Nordstrom's or Safeway there. This is going to be mom and pop stores for the most part. If you visit East Garrison during the day, for the most part, everybody's working or it's a ghost town. So there's not going to be an overuse for this project. And again, I implore you to improve the plan and allow the developer to begin work on this project. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Jeff Morgan with Chispa. I just wanted to say on behalf of the 1,700 residents that we couldn't house at Alfred Diaz Infante Apartments, it's really important to get the housing done now. And I can guarantee, normally by state law, we could say, well, we just have one space based on the density bonus. I actually think with the community serving retail plus the chapel and the other spaces, the parking will be adequate. Nonetheless, parking aside, my main point is that we've pulled people that were from 1-bedroom shacks that were condemned and from garages. And I think there's a major issue about trying to do that. And as we wait, it's 10% cost increases every year. And as we wait, that unfortunately means that there's less funding for more affordable housing in other places. I do hope you'll support the program. I definitely understand and appreciate concerns from the residents as well. I think there's a mix of dialogue there. And I appreciate your support for us and the support of a lot of our residents who are actually helping with tutoring programs at the site. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Shannon Rose. I'm an East Garrison homeowner, and I would like to encourage that the specific revised specific plan be adopted with some caveats. And the caveat is that the discussion about defining MST service and funding of it be an open public conversation. There are assumptions about MST transit baked into the specific plan, which calls for a CSUMB shuttle, bus stops every quarter mile, transit center with fountains in the town center. So I request that the Board of Supervisors approve the specific plan with the caveat by adding language requiring public input into decision-making about the transit services and how they're funded. As it stands right now, the Urban Services Agreement signed by the developer and Board of Supervisors in 2006 and amended in 2013 to add the HOA as a signatory says that in coordination with the MST, the HOA shall fund local and regional transit. If the HOA is forced to pay for transit, I believe we'll be the first in America to do so. And the homeowners and the public need to have this conversation in public openly and be able to weigh in on it. So recently, the MST came to the HOA board and said that, this funding should begin, but right now the conversation is with lawyers behind closed doors. It needs to come out into public, so I hope the Board of Supervisors can help make that happen. And it is important to get parking right because parking enforcement in East Garrison is a big issue. We just had even more draconian parking rules come out, be proposed by the HOA, and so the HOA paying to enforce those parking. We need to get it right. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak on this matter? Do we have anybody online?
iPhone Robert.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
iPhone Robert. There's Ricardo Diaz.
Yes, you have 2 minutes, Mr. Diaz.
I just want to make public comment on this, give some input. I'm a trustee for North Monterey County Unified. I have students and families that live in Marina, some in Garrison. The definition of affordable housing is different for many groups of people, and even affordable is still not affordable. Right now, the interest rates for loans are the craziest right now. No one will be able to pay off their house in their lifetime if they even can afford one now. All the public comment you've heard today should make your decision easy, especially if you say you value your constituents. Do you guys care about your constituents? You seem to be approving stuff that benefits only the rich and well off. Make everything affordable. These are unaffordable to natives that work and live here. I might be a little off topic, but just wanted to get that through and about your public comment and the constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Terry Short.
Yes. Terry, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Church, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Short, and I'm Chair of the East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee. I just had surgery, so I'm a little wobbly, so please excuse any misspeaks. I just want to thank you all for hearing the residents today. I've attended a lot of the meetings with the community, and they are, good people. I don't think anyone is really against affordable housing. Lord knows that we really need affordable, moderate workforce housing. There's such a need in Monterey County, everywhere, really. I think the real issue really is the height of the building and the parking, and they don't feel that Century really listened to their concerns or addressed their concerns in a meaningful way. And I just hope as supervisors that you take it, hear what they're saying today, because the parking is going to become an issue. There isn't enough. That's the bottom line. We need the units, we need town center, we need to get that area developed. I support what, part of the plan, but they should have made more provisions for some additional parking. I don't think that the chapel having 14 units is sufficient. I don't see how that works for a church at any point. And I just have some concerns regarding the parking myself as a resident and taking off my CSD hat. So I ask you to really hear what they've said today. Nobody wants to delay the project, but I'm not sure if there's something that can be done to really create some more parking spaces. I just think there's a need there. And I want to thank you all for your consideration and listening to everyone. I hope we can all work together to find the best solutions for East Garrison and continue to have a thriving community. It really is a beautiful place, and I don't think anyone wants to see that destroyed or impacted in any negative way. We welcome the new residents. We welcome affordable housing families. They have a place here and they have a voice in East Garrison. So I want to thank you.
Thank you. We
Mike Weaver.
Yes, what was the name again?
Mike Weaver.
Yes, Mr. Weaver, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. A couple of things. I do not live in East Garrison. I'm a lifelong resident of Monterey County, and I've been there many times, and I attended the hearings when East Garrison was being deliberated to begin with. It was an oak forest in there that was basically clear cut. However, the east portion of it was supposed to remain. That got clear cut too. No specific permit was issued for that, but apparently it got cut down and everybody was, oops, we don't know how that happened. But it was supposed to be planted and come back. The oak trees have been struggling. There's been some attempts to plant oak trees. I'd like to know how that is coming about. And then a big issue when this was being deliberated initially was the historic district, the artist housing. This was going to be spots for artists and house artists and places, inexpensive places for artists to work. This was the public benefit. This I think was the prime reason that it was approved. This highly dense area was approved to begin with. And yet the few times I've been out there and look, these places have weeds growing around them. They're in dilapidated condition. Everybody just kind of throws up their hands, I think. I don't know who was responsible for resurrecting those historic buildings for artists and what's become of that program. If the county is responsible for it, they have not done their duty. If the East Garrison developers were responsible for it, they have not done their duty. That's all I have to say. Those are my two concerns from an outsider perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last one, iPhone Robert.
Yes, iPhone, you have 2 minutes if you'd like to make a comment. Okay. We have nobody else on? Nope. Okay, with that, we'll close public comment on the matter, bring it back here to the board. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. So I do have a number of questions, and I want to just start by making a few comments. I want to thank our staff for all of the work that's gone into the history of managing this East Garrison specific plan. Someone mentioned that we are the grandmothers and grandfathers of this plan. I'm actually 5th generation down in terms of supervisors from when this plan was originally adopted. So it's been a whole lot of folks that have come and passed through since the community of East Garrison was envisioned and put into writing and adopted as a specific plan. And it's taken a lot of work on the part of the developer, on the part of the residents who've moved in to help ensure that what was envisioned for this piece of property and redevelopment of Fort Ord has slowly worked its way through the process. And 20 years later, it's looking to be like the conditions have changed such that we're sitting here today amending a specific plan. So I just want to acknowledge and thank everyone's role over the past 20 years in getting us to where we sit today. I want to reference, there's a significant amount of correspondence that we've received in addition to the public comment that was made here today. I just want to assure those who weren't able to be here to speak that we did receive your emails and letters. They were shared with the entire board, so that communication is also being balanced as part of the decision making today. I did have I have a whole series of questions, but I did want to follow up on a few of the questions that had been asked by residents. And a lot of my questions and concerns do relate back to the questions about parking. I think we've come a long way in terms of getting from where we realized we were going to need to make a change to the specific plan. I appreciate the feedback that the developers have provided and the outreach that has occurred. I think, Tony, you mentioned 12 community meetings were held. I think most of those were held, at least a year ago, so that as new information has become available, the parking study, for instance, was only made available to my office last week. So the amount of time for feedback to continue to occur and that iterative process to occur has been limited. But when we talk about, well, I'll start at the beginning. So is one of the options, if we don't adopt or approve our amended specific plan, we would be left with the current specific plan as it was originally drafted. And just to be clear, that the reasons why we can't or don't want to continue down the path that we started on.
Through the chair. Yes, that is correct. If the board does not approve an amendment to this specific plan, the existing 2005 plan governs.
Right, and the developer has stated that the existing plan from 2005 isn't something that is feasible to develop as it was originally drafted. Am I?
Through the chair, that is correct. That is the statement that they've made, supplied with a retail analysis.
Okay, and then in regards to the parking study that the developer had done, can you speak to has the county had an opportunity to review that? And has our Public Works team looked at that to say that, yes, this does match up with what we would have determined?
Yes, through the chair, HCD Planning and HCD Engineering Services on behalf of Public Works has reviewed the parking study and found it adequate. However, the Public Works Parks, I always get that wrong, Public Works Parks Facilities and Parks, they have not independently reviewed the analysis due to it being related to a land use application.
Okay, and the residents who had their own plan done, was that something, the parking plan done, that appears to be in conflict with the plan that the developers had done? Has staff had a chance to review both of those plans and compare them one to the other?
Through the chair, I did not receive a full parking study. I received a two-page letter from one of the residents, but if submitted directly to me, I could review that and share that with the appropriate agencies.
Okay. And so if we wanted to pull up that staff summary of parking, I think this is it was page 14 of the county presentation. But I think many of my questions are related back to that. So when we're talking about the affordable units needing 99 spaces, is that one, that's one, just over one unit per apartment?
Through the chair, the 99 is equal to the requirement of 1.5 spaces per every unit.
1.5 spaces per unit, okay. And do we have reason to think that the affordable units tend to have about 1.5 cars per unit? Has that been proven with the two other affordable units that we've had, two other affordable housing complexes that we have in East Garrison?
I would not be able to answer that question at this time. Review of the Chispa project and the Mid-Penn project was quite a while ago, so I cannot recall the parking requirements. But Quinn, would you mind sharing staff right so everybody can look at the table?
And I appreciate that we used urban, best practices and parking and urban institute best practices. Unfortunately, East Garrison, as much as we want it to be an urban core, it is somewhat removed from the larger community of Marina or Salinas. So there is an isolation element that exists there that I think we just need to be sensitive to and cognizant of. So when we talk about the town center parking being shared, is there a plan, or would there be a requirement that there be hourly or restrictions put on people who park in the parking lot during the day, so that to make sure that those parking spaces then become available in the evening for residents who would be sharing those parking spaces as residents?
Through the chair, the 66 off-street parking spaces for the affordable units would be addressed through condition of approval. Staff has applied a condition requiring the applicant to submit a finalized parking plan that shows logistics, locations, and how it will all work prior to recordation of the final map.
Okay, and on the off-street parking, there was a picture shown, I believe, by the developer of Ord Avenue that does have a significant amount of parking on it. Are those parking numbers included in the slide 12? Because that street is technically not part of the proposed development and would be needed for future development of or redevelopment of the arts habitat. Are we double counting that parking at this point?
Through the chair, on this slide, the graphic shows that the off-street parking, which includes 260 spaces, does not include the 151 spaces along Ord Avenue.
Okay, so those were just referenced as potential overflow in a short term, knowing that in the long term, everything on Ord Avenue, Stonehenge, what's that called? Coliseum is proposed for future development and will need its own parking.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Is there any possibility that this process could also include the transfer of the battle simulation or theater parcels to the developer to provide appropriate overflow parking?
Through the chair, perhaps Ms. Beretti can answer that much more accurately.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair. So in the long term, that's something that could be contemplated. However, those parcels are currently owned by the successor agency. And because of that and the kind of remaining obligations related to the Historic Arts District, there would need to be more of a comprehensive process amendment to the specific plan specific to allow that, and then potential additional updates and requirements to the disposition development agreement. And the successor agency's consideration of the agreements related to this project approvals is on the successor agency's agenda. I can provide a little bit more if you'd like.
Okay, no, that's helpful. And I think the specific plan amendment that's before us today is only specific to the completion of the Century or the East Garrison town build out. However, there will be an additional need to amend the specific plan related to the Historic Arts District. So that could happen at a future date.
There is a potential that there could be amendments if, for example, there was a need to utilize the battle simulation building and the theater foundation. Those are currently identified in the specific plan and in the disposition development agreement as being required to, if demoed, which they were, to be a building of similar size built back in kind. If that's no longer a part of the vision and a part of completion, then it would require amendment, for example, to allow those to be utilized for a different use.
Okay. And in terms of an independent parking analysis, is there a reason that we had the developer conduct a parking analysis and we didn't have an independent analysis conducted?
Through the chair, this is typical of land use applications. We require reports prepared by qualified professionals, such as biological reports, traffic reports, and things of that nature. Staff then does their review to ensure adequacy of the documents. And at this point, we did not have any indication that the analysis was flawed. I would say that the shared parking concept is atypical. Usually it's between parking lots for two different uses, like a church and a school. The presented shared parking analysis includes on-street parking, which based on their numbers seems to be adequate, but it is also a newer type of concept.
Okay. And when we're talking, just a few more questions, and thank you for indulging my question for all of these. When we're talking about on-street parking and driveway parking in East Garrison, there are some fairly strict HOA rules that prevent residents from parking on-street in front of their homes. And from what I understand, potentially even in driveways. How does that impact, or did we consider how that might impact the shared parking analysis specific to the on-street and driveway parking that was presented as options for parking?
Through the chair, the shared parking analysis included the HOA rules for parking. However, I believe one of the residents testified that there was an update to those rules. I would have to verify whether or not the updated version was included in the study.
Okay, because for instance, if you aren't allowed to park in your driveway, that would be 214 spots that are being presumed to be driveway parking. And if a resident isn't able to park, isn't able to identify parking or park in their front of their house, then the on-street parking the resident would have to park in a parking lot, off-street parking, meaning that guests or visitors or those living in the affordable parking units would need to park on street where the resident isn't able to park. I'm just like, there's some challenging dynamics at play there that I don't think were fully considered in what has been presented to us. And I do think they need to be fully vetted before we can approve this. Having said that, I do think there is a shared commitment on behalf of everyone who I've spoken to that we want to see the finalization of this development happen. There's a shared commitment to get the town center built, to get the affordable housing units built. This is one of the few communities in the unincorporated county where we have continuously had ribbon cuttings for new housing, for new affordable housing, and a commitment from the developer to continue to meet the affordable housing that was promised when this came through. So I think having laid out all the questions and concerns that I have, I think there remain some issues for parking that we need to figure out how to address before everything moves forward. But yet I do want to make sure that I'm clearly communicating the intent of everybody I've spoken to that we move forward. One final question, just because it was referenced by somebody who spoke, in regards to the Monterey Salinas Transit references in the HOA, is that something that this board would have jurisdiction over at this time with this amendment, or is that a future discussion or something that's happening offline?
Through the chair, there are no conditions of approval that were adopted relative to the HOA and financing of MST facilities. As staff understands it, that's a separate agreement. So amendment of that separate agreement, if the county was a party to that agreement, then the board would have the ability to make amendments.
So that's separate than what's in front of us today.
Yeah, that's correct. And just for clarity, the primary agreement that relates to the MST, the Monterey Salinas Transit requirement and the HOA funding is the Urban Services Agreement, which is what identifies which entity would pay for which portions of the public component of the project, and the county is signatory to that. So that would be a separate conversation, but the county is a signatory.
Okay, great. And I believe there are conversations happening. I just wanted to make it clear that that's not part of what is in front of us for adoption today. I will pass it to my colleagues, and I'm hoping that we can find a way to commit to moving forward, but also commit to resolving the parking concerns that have been raised. So potentially either through a brief delay to allow our developer to work with our residents on resolution of that issue, or possibly very clear conditions of approval that require some resolution to the parking situation before we can sign off and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from Supervisor Adams?
Yes, I have two parking questions as well. Can you just tell me, Anna, on Sherman Boulevard, is that a one-way street?
Through the chair, let me briefly look at that graphic.
I think it has parking on both sides.
Sherman Boulevard does show that there is parking on both sides. So that also, there's also a line down the middle indicating that that would be a two-way street.
Do we know whether those, all of those parking spaces were counted in the study? And would they be part of this project?
Through the chair, from East Garrison Boulevard to Schofield Lane, those areas shown here on this graphic in green indicate that those parking spaces are included as part of the off-street or on-street parking.
Okay, that part of
within the study.
I worry about that because I don't know whether or not the street would be wide enough. It would have to be wide enough to sustain two people and also for a turnaround for emergency vehicles in that case. That was the primary question that I had at this point. I know I'm going to have some other questions coming up, but I just wanted to know about Sherman because I had looked at that. Okay, thank you for that for now.
Yeah, I don't think I have questions. I've got an opinion. I think I'm ready to vote for this today, given where we are. I understand the back and forth. I mean, to be clear, the community, the housing need is real. And I understand that there's frustration about the lack of parking, but I live in communities where people are parking on lawns begging to share a garage, and so this question is 1.5 enough? To me, it's enough. The question about whether or not folks are allowed to park on the street, it's a public street. Law says 72 hours. I get that the HOA says no, but it's public law, state vehicle code. Can we keep decorum? 72 hours is what's legal in the state of California by vehicle code. I get that these things are contentious and folks have the hills that they want to fight on, but given what we're looking at today, given the amount of parking, what we're talking about here is trying to control human behavior. Folks are going to park at what's most convenient. You might say you have to park in this section and that. It doesn't matter. Folks go to what's convenient, especially if they get an end unit, they're going to park on the street closest to the door. It's just what happens. And I'm not going to try to control human behavior here today. We've learned that lesson time after time. Trying to control that. I think it's time to get this project done. I think it's time to build units. It's time to put people in safe living situations. It's time to build community, which happens once neighbors meet each other. And I'm ready to vote for a project today to complete this thing and not pass this on to the next great-great-great-grandfather. I don't want to pay paradise to put up another parking lot. I think it's a balance here. That's where I sit at this point. So I get the opinions, and I know we might be split on this, but that's where I'm sitting after today. Thank you.
Supervisor Lejo.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank all the residents for not only coming to speak today, but for your participation all along. And I know it's been a long journey here. I think the timeline is about 3 years or so. It's just a reminder how, to all of us, not to our staff because they deal with this all the time, but building housing it's a really difficult thing. It seems like it's common sense, but it's a really challenging thing. The process is important. Neighbors' concerns are important. They need to get addressed and try to make a project as best as you can get it. And it's never going to be perfect. Not everybody's going to agree 100% on every aspect of the project. This project has gone through significant changes. It seemed like they've responded to a lot of the community concerns. From increasing the engagement opportunities to addressing the concerns about the commercial space, the restrooms, the storefronts, the courtyards, the parking, although I know it's not perfect for some of the residents. It's good to see that there's been these modifications made as from the inception till the current hearing today. But I do see this as a good opportunity for our county residents. And also, there's been the residents who want to see this built. It's been sitting there vacant as an empty lot for 4 years, and as some of the comments said, it was promised long ago. It's still we're still far from getting it built. but we're getting much closer here today. But to see the affordable units, moderate income workforce, yes, market rate, we wish we could have more affordable, but then it doesn't pencil out for developments. Even those who want to do 100%, as Chispa will tell you, some of those projects to get the financing together, to get the tax credits, those projects are smaller and they take a long time to actually have pencil out for nonprofit developers. But I think this is a win-win when you look at what's before us. These homes that could really realize the American dream for those 325 families, you know. So for me, I agree with my colleague Chris. I like to move forward. The process was important. It's been 3 years. But I think we're at that point where we got to say, let's give these projects a green light. I know, and I just want to recognize there's some residents who won't think this is perfect yet, but I think it's improved a lot, and it's responded to a lot of the input, the feedback, the concerns that the residents have raised from the beginning of this project. So that's where I stand as well. I'm willing to have this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So when I look at projects that are mixed between residential and businesses, I'm never comfortable with them. I know this is what was long-term planned out here in East Garrison, so that's what it is. But I look out at Castroville, I look out at Pajaro, where there's businesses that the key thing that they constantly complain about is parking, and a business can't thrive in that situation. This project has a lot of good components to it with the housing and just the way it's laid out and into the community. But I do have some concerns onto the parking. And I'm open to any suggestions onto that. I would like to see it going forward, of course, for the housing that's necessary, but to go forward and to maybe potentially hamstring some businesses, I think is something that concerns me, because it won't develop the kind of community that needs to be set there. So that's where I'm standing at here, and I guess we just need to decide what we're going to do at this point. Supervisor Askew?
So I think there's two options. One would be that we do a 2-week, I'm not sure how much time we would need, but that we postpone for a brief period of time to a date certain to give our developer team and our county staff just a chance to resolve some of the questions around that have been raised, to reconcile the resident conducted parking study with the developer conducted parking study, and bring us back the best that you've got, if that's something that would be amenable. Alternatively, the other option would be to put some sort of, and I'm going to need staff's help to help me draft exactly what this looks like, but a condition of approval to that effect that allows us to take action to move forward, but requires that to be verified and signed off on by the county team before moving forward.
I know we do have some space on July 13th on the agenda, if things could come back that quick.
I won't be here July 13th.
That is correct.
But
Neither will I.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe it's July 9th.
Louis,
I'm sorry.
Will you be here July 9?
It's July 9th.
July 9th.
I'm sorry. I got my dates.
If we have time on July 9th.
Yes.
I'm just going to check in. I just want to reiterate, I think the commitment on my part is to see this move forward and to let's figure out how to get it across the final line.
I think either alternative is workable. I think the preferred one would be to place a condition of approval requiring third-party county to obtain third-party review. As it turns out, or the board may not recall, that the applicant has reimbursed the county to have Denise Duffy, an associate, assist the county staff with the processing of this application. And her company is very capable in terms of producing and reviewing technical documents. I don't know if she was given this traffic study to review. This, actually, although it's dated May last month, it was actually first given to the county about a year ago, so in its first form. So that would be acceptable and preferable to the applicant, because as the supervisors have mentioned, we need to get the homes built. And to get the homes built, we need to get an approval, because then there's months of final map and engineering, everything that goes with it. So, you know, I have no question that Kimley Horn knows what they're talking about. This is their business. And so I would be surprised if their analysis was flawed. I would be stunned, actually. But I think if the county, we move forward today with a condition requiring that the county, before the final map is filed, the county would have to vet the shared parking study, and whatever, if changes were needed, those changes would have to be incorporated into the final map in terms of the parking layout of the project, which is typical in a big subdivision project. You typically have conditions that can revise. You know, if more parking needs to be provided, there's less housing provided, or parking is done in a different way, or however it's done. So that would be the preferred way to go, with a condition requiring the county to independently analyze the traffic study, and then if changes are needed to accommodate additional traffic parking, then that would be incorporated into the final map design into the downtown. Yeah, the other would be a short continuance. I just don't, you know, with the continuance, we don't have anything to start, and we just lose time, which is, we've lost a lot of. And I will say in closing, we're not trying to look like that big box shopping center in downtown Marina, you know, or the Costco shopping center in Sand City. I mean, you think of Carmel, there is no parking. Every business in Carmel has on-street parking, because there is no parking, or is no on-site parking in the Carmel resident or downtown district, or for that matter, in the residential district. But with the applicant would be happy to accept a condition that would require the independent analysis of the traffic study and changes to the final map that would be consistent with that independent analysis.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask, if I may, ask staff, how does that sound? And I would need to make sure that any independent analysis we have as a condition of approval includes an evaluation of the study that was done by residents.
Through the chair, staff would be able to draft a condition that provides clarity on the parking and include those measures that Supervisor Askew identified. Our brief discussion, we identified a condition that would require a submittal of a finalized parking plan similar to what is required for the affordable parking. This plan would have, or the condition would spell out specific goals that the plan would need to address, such as looking at the resident prepared parking study, the ability to include time limits and parking times on certain streets, as well as identify the preferred areas for commercial parking spaces, and as well as the preferred areas for the on-street residential parking spaces. We would also specify that the studies and the finalized plan would have to achieve the consistency with the HOA rules, and if those rules would have to be amended, the HOA would have to agree to those amendments to alleviate the parking issues.
Okay, I can work with that. And I do think, like I said, the shared commitment is we want to see this housing get built, and we really appreciate everyone's commitment to getting this specific plan amended. Everyone has been incredibly willing to compromise on so many issues so that we can get to a document and a plan that we can see finally built out. So
that's your motion.
With that, I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it. Right. Oh, whatever.
There's no public comment. I'm sorry. We've closed up. I'm sorry, ma'am. We've closed public comment. Yeah, we're not. No, ma'am. No. Sorry.
Second.
Well, I think Supervisor Alejo already seconded. Yeah. Oh, Mary got it. Okay. Well, we got a second somewhere. All right. Is any other discussion then on the matter? Hope we go to vote then?
There's clarification on the motion, I think, at this point, given, so it's going on consent with that agreement for a future, or it's?
No, we're approving with a condition of approval that the final, that the parking study be evaluated by an independent assessor so that the parking issues are addressed before the finalized parking plan, to submit all of the finalized parking plans that address the specific issues, including resident parking study, commercial time limits, preferred commercial locations, HOA rule compliance, and that those all be resolved before the final map is recorded.
Additionally, Wendy, could you also put in my concern about Sherman Boulevard?
To ensure the safety,
Yes,
emergency
exactly.
access.
And then one
And
last.
of course, emergency access in compliance with state law.
Right. And then one last thing, I don't know whether or not housing, the garages were counted as parking spaces in the study, because I don't know whether this can be figured out or not, but I've heard that many people have converted their garages into like office space or workshops and that sort of thing. So I just want to be sure that we're really coming up with an accurate number as we look at the numbers of parking places that there are. So I don't know how that's going to happen, but you're going to be knocking on some doors, Anna.
Through the chair, the parking study did consider the garages as the allocated parking for the residential, and that is true of all residential development. That's considered as the covered parking made available. As Supervisor Lopez indicated, it is kind of difficult to control human behavior.
What a brilliant man I sit next to here.
So we have
you.
a
I think we've got
motion.
it. Motion is
Everybody
second.
understand it? It's seconded? Ready for a vote then? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Done.
With that,
We need the houses.
yeah, with the next item is Garapata, but I'm actually going to just move on to the successor agency because it has to do with some amendments to the East Garrison plan. So we're going to recess to the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Maybe we have the roll call on that, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all directors are present.
Thank you. And are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Is there any general public comments on the successor agency?
Can I make one, Mr. Chair? Monica, before you leave, can I take a point of personal privilege here during public comment to introduce? I have 4 summer leadership participants for a program that we've put on. I want to welcome Aaron, Natalie, Yared, and Giselle, who are spending the summer in my office learning about different roles in leadership throughout the county. And so they're about to walk out. They got to witness that last item. I want to welcome them aboard for the summer. They come from King City, Greenfield, and Soledad, and they've all got different paths that they're on in their lives, but they all agree that leadership is important. So they're spending the summer learning a little bit about the different opportunities to be leaders in Monterey County. So I just wanted to say hi and thank you to them for spending part of the afternoon with us today. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thank you for those comments. So then it would be any general public comment on the successor agency. That's an item not on the agenda. And I don't see any on that. We'll move into scheduled matter, which is, I'll leave to Ms. Beretti to explain for us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Church and members of the board. I'm Melanie Beretti with the Housing and Community Development Department. We are here presenting the East Garrison proposed project on behalf of you as the Board of Directors for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency for the County of Monterey. And the associated agreement amendments that are brought before you today. Concurrently, as we just heard, the County Board of Supervisors considered and adopted approval with an added condition of approval for the proposed project. And so in order to implement the proposed project, the successor agency has a number of actions and agreements that for its consideration. So for a hearing overview, I will present a background from the agency's perspective and the scope as it responds to the agency's purview and scope, including amendment to the disposition and development agreement, amendment to a completion guarantee for the Phase 3 rental affordable housing project, and consideration and agreement of a memorandum of agreement to designate Chispa Community Housing Improvement, I apologize, I don't have their full name, as the affordable housing developer for the final phase, very low apartments. We'll also briefly touch on the public comment as it relates to the agency actions, as well as CEQA, and ultimately get back to the recommended actions. So in 2005, concurrent with the County of Monterey Board's approval of the original East Garrison project, the then redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey, which has since been succeeded by the successor agency, entered into a disposition and development agreement for East Garrison. I'll refer to that as the DDA. The DDA establishes, among other things, terms and conditions to assure that the development of the site in accordance with the county's approvals, including provisions governing the timing of affordable housing and public facilities, to ensure that these public amenities are developed concurrently with the market rate component of the development. And then it additionally the DDA sets forth requirements, terms, and conditions for financing that is to be provided by the developer, by the successor agency, and others in connection with the development. Following bankruptcy of the original developer, UCP East Garrison acquired fee title for the property in 2009. Since then, UCP East Garrison has merged with Century Communities. Just on behalf of the public, Century Communities is their public face, but the entity UCP East Garrison is still in existence in that merger. And UCP assumed, with minor amendments, the obligations of the DDA through the 2011 first implementation agreement to the DDA, and then the subsequent 2016 amended and restated first implementation agreement for the DDA. That amended and restated first implementation agreement was approved by the Department of Finance, California Department of Finance. In addition, there were a number of implementing agreements that went into place, in particular related to the Phase 3 affordable housing. There was a 2007 memorandum of agreement with ArtSpace Projects, Inc., the nonprofit developer identified to be both partner on the Phase 3 affordable apartment complex, as well as the restoration and redevelopment of a historic arts district. In 2019, due to delays, the DDA envisioned triggering events and provided the ability for the developer to provide a completion guarantee for the very low and low affordable housing components of the project. So in 2019, those triggering events resulted in a completion guarantee for the Phase 2 apartments, which have recently been completed by Chispa. So the Phase 2 units are complete, and then the Phase 3 units also had a completion guarantee at that time through March 31st, 2025, with a surety bond of $17.5 million as well. For the said reasons, we've had continued delays, and so including concerns that the originally identified Phase 3 affordable housing developer ArtSpace had been unable to secure financing for the Phase 3 affordable project. And so in 2024, just earlier this year, by mutual agreement, ArtSpace and UCP, the developer, along with concurrence from the successor agency, mutually agreed that ArtSpace will not be the Phase 3 affordable project developer. However, ArtSpace does remain fully committed to the historic arts space vision, and they just won't be the developer for the affordable housing component. So looking at the final phase of the proposed project, and again, the pieces that are most directly related to the successor agency and agreements. So while home sales have remained consistent over the build-out, since the first implementation agreement, since UCP assumed that fee title, there have been challenges that have hampered the development process to finish the remaining portions of Phase 3 and the town center phase of the development, collectively now referred to as the final phase, which create a very different development environment than that which existed with the original approvals. And so the developers proposed changes with the previously approved project to meet economic conditions in order to achieve the intent and goals of East Garrison and ensure its completion, while still remaining consistent with the intent and goals of the disposition development agreement. Those key changes that relate in particular to the successor agency and the required amendments to the underlying agreements include combining the portions of the Phase 3 and the town center phases, and in particular relocating the Phase 3 affordable housing from the original location on the far right side, the L-shaped, now turquoise parcels showing before you, to now being co-housed and stacked on top of the town center. While there was a reduction through the county approvals to reduce the maximum allowable commercial space, the disposition development agreement has a minimum of 34,000 town center space, inclusive of a portion of which is proposed as community courtyard in the development proposal, as well as the 4,000 square foot library and sheriff's substation. So there's no change to the successor agency agreements with regards to that. They're still meeting the minimum envisioned. Also, there is the reduction in total housing units by 16. Those are a reduction in market rate units, no change in total affordable housing units. And it does change the location and distribution of the affordable units, which I will talk a little bit more in detail. So this would allow the up to 325 residential units, of which 157 remaining are market rate units, and 169 are deed restricted affordable in the very low, moderate, as well as workforce income. It also prompts accompanying revisions to unit type, sizes, counts, and locations, and those importantly relate to some of the underlying assumptions in terms of affordable by design and tax increment generation, et cetera, which I'll speak to. So again, there's no change in the affordable housing. Originally, the Phase 3 included the 66 very low and low income units, which are now being combined into the final phase, the 33 remaining moderate units, and half of the workforce 2 income units are now will be included as a part of this final phase. This will prompt subsequent amendment to certain agreements to facilitate this. In addition, there's a number of public amenities that I just wanted to briefly cover, what's been approved and built, and then what's also remaining and required as a part of the final phase. So there was a requirement for at least a 7,000 square foot fire station. That fire station has been completed with 11,200 square feet. It does include a small community room in it. There is a 34,000 town center, which includes the 4,000 library, which is also still remaining. There's a total of 50 acres of open space parks and natural areas. So to date, 11 acres of the parks are constructed, 26 improved open space and trails, and then the balance is the 12 acres of protected natural areas. So what is remaining of the public amenities is the 4,000 square foot library and sheriff's substation. Currently is in the planning phase and is anticipated for construction to begin starting the spring of 2025. Remaining is that minimum of 3,000 square foot town center, which is a part of the final phase proposal, and then the remaining 1 acre town center park. So I'm not going to walk through all of the changes that are prompted into the disposition development agreement, but the way in which that DDA is being amended is through a first amendment to the amended and restated first implementation agreement, which I will just refer to as the first implementation agreement. Some of the very important components of that I did want to flag is one, per state dissolution law, there is a requirement in when there is an amendment to a DDA that there be an analysis and consideration for its impact to reduce tax increment liabilities to the underlying taxing entities. And so as a part of this, there was the tax increment analysis, which was conducted, and it is included as an attachment to this First Amendment. And then that does verify, the tax increment analysis does verify that there is a slight increase in the tax increment with the proposed modifications. And those assumptions for how that tax increment analysis was conducted are further memorialized in an update to the attachment 9 of Exhibit 1 to the DDA, which there's a revised attachment included, which I'll show you in a moment. Additionally, there's a schedule of performance, which had timing triggers, really for certain public components, timing triggers related to the market rate development, and to ensure they're built concurrently. And so those have been updated to reflect this remaining final phase and just some administrative changes that were needed based on, lots versus building permits being the correct triggers. There's also, I did want to note, there's a remaining financial contribution for the public facilities. It's approximately, as of the end of April, $2.3 million. We just updated the timing of that contribution, and that will be made available to the county prior to commencement of construction for the library. So those funds will go directly to funding the developer's share of that library. And staff did incorporate some changes based on public comment and the Planning Commission's recommendation at its April 10th, 2024 meeting. I do try to flag those in asterisks and I'm happy to answer questions if there are any, but we did include some clarification, for example, the Town Center Park with regards to its timing, as well as being explicit that it would include a play structure that addresses some of the concerns that came up with shifting more of the housing closer to that Town Center Park, as well as requiring that there be dedicated parking and that be worked out through the developer and CHISPA. So I'm just going to touch on this briefly. This, we did amend, as I indicated, we amended the final phase minimum and maximum size and product types. And again, this is to include and ensure that there's also a distribution so that it meets the intent of providing for a range of housing sizes and types that are affordable to a range of different income types, not just having the affordable deed restricted units. I won't go into details here, but these are the amendments. Generally, we moved around the ranges and the maximums and the types of lots, but they remain substantially in conformance with the original plan. And again, this memorializes the distribution in that far right corner, the distribution of units that will be constructed from the smaller of, say, the Grove, the smaller size, 1,200 square feet, to the number of units that would be constructed on the maximum end at 2,300 to ensure that distribution. I did also want to note here that in addition, the amendment to the implementation agreement also memorializes the location. It identifies the location of the affordable housing by phasing, which has been an important component because we do deed restrict those lots to ensure that they're built out and made affordable for the appropriate income ranges. Some of the key take-homes, the schedule of performance of that final phase, if you recall from the map, the turquoise and the orange shading. The orange shaded portion includes 70 single-family market rates. This is the final phase A. It also includes the Town Center Park, as well as that phase 3 affordable rental apartments. And we incorporated construction timing to require that the Town Center must start construction prior to issuance of the 41st market rate unit. Therefore, the market rate units won't get too far ahead of that those public facilities. And then requiring the completion of both the town center and the town center park, or referred to as town square, prior to the issuance of the 71st market rate. So before they move into final phase B to start construction, they have to complete the town center and town center park. And then that final phase B includes the remaining balance of 86 market rate, plus the balance of the 33 moderates and the 70 workforce too. And it requires that the start of construction begin for that final phase B following completion of the town center, and that construction of the market rate and affordable units be concurrent during this final phase. So for the Phase 3 affordable project, as indicated, there is, due to delays, another essentially qualifying triggering event, that there's a request, and the developer has provided a first amendment to the completion guarantee, requesting its extension through March 31st of 2030, giving them a total of an additional 4 years to complete the design, secure all the financing, and be able to begin and complete construction in that time frame, and then increase the bond amount by approximately 15% correspondingly. In addition, there's a memorandum of agreement between the developer and CHISPA that the agency is signatory to, where we agree to the terms as well as designate CHISPA as the affordable housing developer. I did want to note that we did also incorporate into the MOA terms, in response to the Planning Commission and public input, to this requirement to identify designated parking. The plan that's included is just the concept plan. The final plan will be agreed upon and reviewed as discussed with that final parking plan and memorialized between CHISPA and the developer. Also, we explicitly required for the affordable housing component, since Art Space is no longer the developer for that, we did put an explicit requirement that CHISPA collaborate with our local arts habitat nonprofit, as well as our local artist community, to both on the design of the units for, as well as for a targeted marketing campaign to ensure that these are available and can help meet the needs for the artist community. There are a number of other agreements and requirements that were prompted. I did want to note these have been incorporated as county conditions of approvals because they both meet certain conditions that the county needs to adhere, as well as requirements that the agency has to ensure consistency with the DDA. So there is an included condition of approval number 33 as a part of the county's approvals, that the developer provide a town center retail leasing plan with very specific outcomes and goals to maximize the commercial viability. That will be submitted prior to final occupancy, finalization of the town center. Also, 2 conditions that prompt and require that the developer provide a draft of amendment to the Workforce 2 housing agreements and amendment to the moderate inclusionary housing agreement to memorialize the agreed upon changes through these approvals. And in addition, the condition of approval that was added for the 66 designated off-street parking for the affordable rental apartments. So very briefly, the majority of the public comment are addressed and relevant to the county approvals. There are a couple of items I did just want to explicitly note related to the successor agency. So many of the parking concerns, and in particular the requests or considerations for future potential use of the battle simulation building and the theater buildings, either for parking or I believe there were requests for a potential skate park and other, those requests will be will be a part of our ongoing planning and work with Art Space in the historic, regarding the Historic Arts District and the redevelopment of the Historic Arts District. Staff has absolutely heard that feedback, and we'll make sure that that comes in as a part of, once we're ready to continue and commence the community planning portion of that. At this time, we have worked with Art Space, and they are in the process of developing their scope with a subconsultant to update their business plan for the the Historic Arts District. And then once we have that plan, there would be a subsequent amendment to agreements with Art Space for the redevelopment of the Historic Arts District. And then opportunity for community input for some of the components that maybe need to be adjusted for current realities that have changed conditions since the 20-plus years when the original approvals and vision were established. I did just want to note also that the reduction in the commercial as well as the town center allowed uses, none of those trigger anything that the successor agency or the disposition development agreements have any governing control on. But again, just reiterating that where we had opportunity, for example, to incorporate timing triggers related to the town center park and calling out play structure, for example, we did incorporate those as a part of the agency agreements.
Move approval.
So we are. Come on, I stayed up late for this. Give me my moment. So we, as a responsible agency, an addendum was prepared for the project. There were no new impacts. The terms of the DDA are administrative in nature and don't affect the physical layout. And in addition, the county's adopted conditions provide that the development will be implemented consistent with the DDA, and therefore, and those 4 conditions I called out, therefore the agency does not need to adopt separate conditions of approval. So with that, staff recommends that you consider and agree with the addendum and final subsequent EIR and adopt resolutions amending the disposition development agreement, accepting the amendment to the completion guarantee for phase 3, and approving the designation of CHISPA and the terms of the memorandum of agreement. Thank you. I'm here for questions.
Supervisor Alejo, I think you have a list of questions. Did you have a question, Supervisor? Sure, I'll go with the public. Is there anybody who would like to speak on this matter from the public? Yes, please come forward.
Anthony Lombardo on behalf of the applicant. I just want to know how Melanie could speak that long without taking a breath. This is just a follow-up, so we have no comment. Thank you.
Not entirely true. I did want to thank Melanie for, it's been about a year since we started this process. I should back up. Dean Mills was Century. So I did want to thank Melanie, and it was impressive how she was able to manage to get a whole year's worth of work into 15 minutes. That was pretty impressive. So I wanted to thank her. It's been a long process, but she's made it easy to work with, and I wanted to thank her for that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Helen Chamble, East Garrison. I read all the documents and I did not see this part. This is fantastic. I would like to thank the county. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, everybody, because the timing triggers look reasonable. CHISPA needs to collaborate with Arts Habitat to make sure that this housing is for artists. We know that everybody needs housing, but East Garrison is specifically designed to support those people who have a creative part of their body that they just can't live without, and they're willing to be very low income in order to support their art. So thank you for that. Thank you for the work that you're about to do on conditions that encourage actual businesses to thrive in East Garrison instead of this idealistic, well, I don't know, you're going to have some businesses someday. And it looks like staff has indeed heard our feedback, and we look forward to continued meaningful public input. Thank you very much.
We're back. We want to thank both Anna and, oh my God, Melanie. Sorry, I was going to call you Maribel, and I knew that was wrong. and all of the supervisors for this day. This is a very important day for our community, and the work you're doing, we really do appreciate it, all of you. And to answer your question, Sherman is two-way, but it has a cinching in the middle where the crosswalk is, and those are inset parking spaces. Sherman also has a 72-foot red curb there for the buses and other curb cuts that make it less usable. Okay, thank you.
I would also like to thank everyone, Al Shamble again. And as an artist in East Garrison, I was kind of had my ears open for CHISPA taking over from Art Space, and happy to see the item on the slide. This is to work together Art Space with the Arts Habitat and Arts Community for this new effort. I know I'm fortunate, I don't have to make a living being an artist, but I know it's a rough go if that's what your love is. And it's very easy not to have very much money, but it's nice to have a whole district recognized for that, and affordable housing also. So thank you all.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience? Is there anybody online? Nobody online. We'll close public comment to that, bring it back to the board.
Thank you. Do you have a handful of questions, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
So the library and sheriff's substation, I'm not sure that I've seen them listed as being combined within the 4,000 square feet. Is that new?
Through the chair. No, that's not too new. It was always the vision. It's a little, I use the terminology substation because that's how the formal agreements state it. But when you read the description, it's really envisioned to be a field office. And that's been what the expectation is. I have not looked at the most recent design, but definitely the library and the design team is working with the sheriff to ensure that there's a space that meets the sheriff's needs for having a location and field office out there.
Okay, and just say 4,000 feet is a decent amount of space, but it's not a large space for a community that's really been excited about and committed to getting this library built. So I'm glad that we're at the point where we're moving forward, but I just wanted to make sure we were committed to a library that is as close to 4,000 square feet as possible.
Yeah, 4,000 is the minimum. That's clearly required in the DDA. So I have not double checked, but you're prompting me to make sure. I believe all parties know. My understanding is it won't be much larger than 4,000 square feet. That is the size they're looking at.
Okay, and then I see on you called it out specifically, condition of approval 33, the town center occupancy. And so, so with the requirement, can you just go into more detail about what exactly that includes? And I think one of the fears that we'd heard, not recently, but originally, the fear was that we would build retail and that we wouldn't be able to have it occupied for productive use. And so I do want to make sure that as we put our conditions in, we're anticipating, there will continue to be ups and downs of retail market space. And that there's a commitment by all involved that we will have productive utilization of those 30,000 square feet of town center space. What does that look like? Can you explain more?
I can explain to the best of my ability, but this isn't really my true area of expertise. So the developer did conduct and provide a retail analysis, and we did have the successor agency did have Kaiser Marston Associates work with us to do an independent analysis of that retail analysis. And so there's definitely the concern of all parties. We all want this, everyone involved wants this to be a commercial center. In the DDA and the original approvals, it was envisioned to be commercial, civic, retail uses. It does meet the minimum requirements in the DDA, and again, but where we've had continued questions for staff, and it's sort of you have to incrementally build to that, is just ensuring that because the vision is a little different with the original development approvals, the original developer actually had it was a much larger two-phase, double size, and the original developer also had an independent developer that was going to work with the town center. And so we as staff are mindful to that. And so we've tried to make it, what we tried to do is make sure that the intended outcome of that retail feasibility study and plan, the intended outcome is really to maximize the commercial space and sustainability of that. And I can look it up rather than being specific as to what's included in that. Upon submittal, the intent is that we would work with a third-party consultant who would help review on behalf of the agency and county.
And I guess to clarify my question, so we have a requirement that the town center be completed before the next phase begin, but that just having a building completed there's no requirement for occupancy of productive use. Where do we get to a requirement for a timeline and a trigger of productive use of that space before the next step can be taken?
So there's nothing so when I refer to final occupancy, that is building permit issued final occupancy.
I'm talking about
Yes.
productive use where residents see that it's not just an empty facility that then sits for the next 10 years.
Correct. There are no triggers in the current DDA. And so there's nothing that kind of obligated the actual occupancy of it. By providing a retail plan, our intention is that retail plan would include some form of scheduled timeline for who and they've identified may come in and occupy. But there's nothing in the agreements or anything that requires prior to any other action in the development that requires that there actually be tenants in those buildings. That's wasn't something that was contemplated originally, and so not something that staff did require.
I think that's something I would like to see required for future supervisors when they sit here and we have a building built. I do want to make sure that there's a commitment by all involved to make sure that there's tenancy and occupancy in that square footage. So if there's a way we can include that as an additional trigger point, and I'll let you tell me where in all these documents. My two other comments in terms of transportation and access, bicycle access. We are working on the Fortag Trail. There are funded segments that will connect to East Garrison. So as we think about the affordable housing units that have 1.5 parking spaces per unit, assuming that there will be more people in those buildings that need access to transportation, and with the reality of limited bus transit at that location, if there's some way to also incentivize or encourage the access for bicycle utilization for those who are in the low-income apartment complex.
I've heard that, and I'm thinking
Yep.
kind of what the trigger.
Very good. And then my final question goes back to one of the public comments that we had earlier around the Marina, MST transit agreement that the HOA has with the county as a signatory to provide, to actually fund the public transit services. Is that contemplated as part of this agreement, or is that a separate discussion?
So that discussion is separate, and the successor agency is not a party to the urban services agreement.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Does somebody
Make a motion to approve?
Could we approve with the addition of an occupancy trigger point?
I don't know what that means, because those are like market rate issues, right? Like if a developer builds to try to invite a tenant, but it's hard to guarantee from a government standpoint that it's actually going to get occupied by a commercial tenant.
My family's owned commercial properties, and we've had periods where they go empty for years. So I'm just not sure, like, what kind of trigger are we talking about? I mean, that's based on what's happening in the economy and an expectation of a developer to keep a fulfillment, or what?
I'm saying to get initial occupancy.
But I mean, again, if it gets built during a period like 08, if we hit another recession, I mean, it's just, they're gonna build it, and when the time's right, somebody will move in based on the economy. I don't know that I want to dictate that from up here in any form.
I just don't know if we could guarantee that. I mean, it's the market, and so. But maybe Mr. Lombardo.
Maybe you have an idea, Mr. Lombardo.
I have some suggestions here.
The comments of the supervisors are correct. The problem is I can't guarantee when someone will decide to rent it. So we can make sure they're offered for rent as soon as they're completed or on completion. And of course, it's in our best interest to get a tenant because somebody has to pay for the mortgage to build it, but we can't force people to rent it. And so, yeah, we would not be supportive of a condition like that because it would be virtually impossible to meet, or could be virtually impossible.
Yeah, so what we've committed to through the leasing plan is to put a plan together that shows that we're going to go and do everything we can to contact whomever we can contact, because as Tony just indicated, it's in our best interest as well to lease up the space. But I can't guarantee that I can lease it up, because if somebody doesn't have interest in it, which I hope they do, again, we're building 30,000 square feet without any tenants, which is fairly uncommon for commercial. So we're building it and hope they come. It's the baseball analogy: build it and they will come. Field of dreams, right? But there's no way I can guarantee that I can't force someone to go there. So there's just no way for me to. I would love to be able to say that I had tenants and we were ready to go, but I can't.
We would love that too.
Yeah. No, I mean, as the person building it and spending the money on it, I have a very vested interest in getting it leased up.
Yep.
But so the best I can promise or guarantee is what Melanie has requested, is that we put a plan together and we do our best efforts to advertise. We speak to the commercial brokers, we talk to tenants, we work with the community. They often have ideas of people that will be interested in it. We'll talk to whomever is interested, and we will want to get people in there, because an empty space doesn't promote, right? It doesn't help us in the end, because we're ultimately a home builder, not a retail provider. So, but we will probably most likely hire a third party that does this, because I'm not a leasing expert, just as they would have someone to review it, and we'd put a plan together and we would go forward with that and do the absolute best we can.
Great. So I understand all that, and I think where I'm trying to get at is that we've had a whole bunch of promises that have been made to residents over the course of 20 years. People have invested their life savings into something that they thought was going to look like one thing, and it's now looking like something very different than what they had originally sort of bought into. And so this commitment of the final build out of the town center, which is the final sort of section, the final a portion of your responsibility. And then once that's done, like, you get to walk away, but people who have bought here, this is their home, this is where they're going to be for the next 20, 30 years. And so their desire to make sure, I don't want to be in a situation where we're saying, we have empty retail and it's sitting there and there's nothing else that we can do because we don't have any triggers, we don't have any way to hold accountability.
I would then ask
That's what I'm looking for.
I would ask you for a suggestion. Is the county at that point interested in buying the property? I mean, I'm happy to sell it to the county if there's a solvable answer. I mean, if there isn't anyone to rent it or lease the space, and that was how it was always contemplated in the original DDA, I don't know what I can do. And if I stood up here and told you something different, I would be lying to you that I could guarantee it. That's not who we are, not who I am. I can't guarantee that I can lease it up. I'm going to do everything we possibly can to lease it up, but that is the best, unfortunately, that's the best I can do. I mean, otherwise I would just be, I'm open to other ideas, but.
So I'm willing to offer a friendly amendment that we include support from the Economic Development Department, who's currently working with me to do an economic study in South County to determine who would be available, the appropriate type of business, and help us attract those folks by attending the appropriate conferences, which are already at, to promote these particular facilities as they are unincorporated to boost that economic opportunity. Does that work, Supervisor Alejo?
Yes.
That works for me, thank you.
Yeah, and I would just say, I mean, you talk about that 30,000 foot commercial space, times that over whatever the retail commercial space is per square foot, it could be a significant rent. And when most of the people are working during the day, does that pencil out? So does it need to be broken up into smaller commercial units? Those are all questions for some commercial expert to decide to bring in tenants that where it will be economically feasible to provide their services or their products in that commercial space. So.
Luckily, we have one of those in Richard Vaughn. So you've got a motion and a second with friendly amendments.
It's
want to add
a challenge
anything
to fill a retail space these days. But Yes, Supervisor Adams?
Is there any way that we can ensure that the people who buy the homes are local? And that,
I don't have any suggestions on that one.
there's a cap on the amount that the houses can sell for?
We have a motion on the floor unless you're trying to make an amendment, but, all right, can we put a vote to it? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. Well, no, one more question.
Staff would just like a point of clarification if the amendment, what that comes in the form of, if there's an action that staff needs to take.
So it's a request that the county's Economic Development Department be engaged in terms of marketing the property. So it's a commitment from the county to follow through at what they determine to be appropriate in economic, a retail study and economic opportunity study. Those are versions that Richard can help come up with. So I don't want to put those words in his mouth, but I've seen him do it and be successful at it in helping attract businesses. So we're offering that service that the county has.
Got it. So nothing that I can amend and
Could we just
memorialize?
potentially amend to reference our County Economic Development Director within condition of approval 33?
And
to work with County Economic Development.
That works.
So we cannot amend, we can't amend conditions at this time because it's the county's conditions. The agency doesn't have its own conditions, and so I am trying to think if there's a way that I can memorialize it in our first implementation amendment, other than a public commitment. And
public commitment at this point, I think, is where we're at.
Well, the county council might have. Do you have a suggestion, or? I don't want to put you on the spot.
The successor agency will implore the county. Is that?
There you go.
As a developer, we would commit to it as, like, I can, yeah.
Okay, are we?
We're good.
We're done with this one, right? All right. Well, let's, we're going to adjourn the success. Yes, we did, didn't we? Right? Yeah, okay.
You voted, and then I had a final
Yes, we did vote.
clarification. Yes, you're good.
All right, so we're going to adjourn the successor agency, the redevelopment agency at the County of Monterey, and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. And with bringing up the Garapata bridge railing, Mr. Angelo.
So I guess I'll go right into it. Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll be presenting staff's report on the Garapata Creek Bridge Rail Replacement Project. The project would replace the railings on one of 7 concrete spandrel bridges known as the Big Sur Arches. It was previously denied by the Planning Commission and appealed to the Board of Supervisors. On December 6th, 2023, the board adopted a motion of intent to deny the project. However, on March 26, 2024, the board directed the formation of a working group to further consider project alternatives that would better preserve the visual and historic character of the railings. As kind of a reminder, these are the existing and kind of the proposed preferred alternative 86H railings. The working group was composed of 7 members, 3 of which were Caltrans staff, 1 of which was County Housing and Community Development staff, and 3 of whom were representatives of the local community with a specific relevant experience or interest in the project, including a construction project manager, a civil engineer with structural design experience, and a local Big Sur resident. The working group met on April 26th and May 17th, and discussions at the working group were similar to many that had previously occurred in the application review process, including why strict adherence to design standards was required, if highway speed could be reduced either at this bridge or on a broader stretch of Highway 1, and how the project could impact consideration on the other historic bridges in Big Sur. And then here are some of the designs that the working group looked at, which are in attachment D to the staff report. Unfortunately, ultimately, the working group was unable to come to a mutually agreeable solution on the project. At the end of the May meeting, the working group selected a number of alternatives to evaluate and then ranked their choices from 1 to 3. Initially, a kind of ranked choice system was used where rank 1 met 3 points, rank 2 met 2 points, ranked 3 at 1 points. And if this is done, the 86H would have the most points at 14, with all of the Caltrans representatives selecting that as their preferred alternative. However, a simple majority, the 3 community representatives and 1 county representative, preferred a kind of combined alternative that would either be replacing the railings in kind or some kind of legislation that would better preserve the visual and historic character of the bridge rails. I do want to note that we did make a mistake in our report in attachment A. We stated that the 86H would be 8 points. It's actually 12, but that wouldn't affect the overall voting results. We did reach out to Caltrans to ask if they would be amenable to continuing the project to pursue legislative options. However, they would prefer a final decision be made on the project be made today, and indicated that if the county wanted to pursue legislative options, it would be up to the county. And then we did receive 3 public comments from Stephen Leon, Martha Deal, and 1 other interested member of the public. All of the comments were generally opposed to the project as it's currently proposed. And I apologize, I skipped over this. If the project is denied, it's likely that some kind of temporary solution, similar to the metal rails or one-way use of the bridge with signalization, would be installed to maintain the safety on the bridge. And that concludes staff's presentation. Given the Planning Commission's previous denial of the project, the Board of Supervisors' previous motion of intent to deny the project, and the fact that the working group was unable to come to an agreement that was acceptable to both the applicant and the community, staff are recommending that the board find denying the project statutorily exempt from CEQA and adopt a resolution denying the project.
Any questions for staff? I want to let Mr. Hendricks and your staff have 10 minutes if you'd like to respond.
Chairman of the Board and Supervisors, Pete Hendricks, Traffic Division Chief for Caltrans, District 5. Do we have the slides available that I sent? Yeah, I just want to say I feel like my experience in the working group was a little differently characterized than
You wanted some slides available,
Yeah.
correct? So we can wait.
Okay.
We have that. We have the slides?
I don't see them on here, but I do have them. Yeah, I've joined by Zoom, so if I can share my screen on my laptop, is that possible? I am.
Are you in as a panelist?
I am not in as a panelist.
I do have a printout.
I have a printout as well. I could.
Could you put it on the projector there as an alternate?
Sure.
Might be able to get, if you would prefer, or Quinn, are you going to be able, are they going to be able to work? I think we're going to be able to work it right here. You've been waiting all afternoon, so we can wait a couple minutes.
Brevemente la presentación.
I'm sorry, I forgot the IT. Yeah, are you able to share HDMI now? Ah,
Yes, there we go.
sorry about that.
Very good.
Thank you, Supervisors. Apologize for that. So, slightly different characterization of the experience with the special.
Una caracterización diferente.
Diego, you're coming across the main speaker. Okay, all right.
Next. Here's just a picture of
He
the
aquí una foto.
timeline up to this point. We've spent about 8 years up to this point developing this project from when it was first initiated and identified to be replaced. And so we have a responsibility as Caltrans to keep our highways and bridges in good condition. We also have a responsibility to provide road users with a safe and reliable experience. Next. We also have a responsibility to engage with the locals and with the public that desire to have input on a project, this one including. So this goes over a number of occasions, but next, I want to point out that really important segments of this engagement included the ADAC committee. We went through these different parts of points of contention, points of concern with replacing the bridge rail, some of which were echoed again, as Phil mentioned in his slide. Next. When we take a deeper dive into this, we looked at the ADAC, with the ADAC, into different alternative types in June of 2021. As a result of our working group, we came up with the 86H. The ADAC group also came up with an 86H selection, although as Phil mentioned, the preference from the local community would be that the existing rail be replaced. And believe me, if the existing bridge rail could be replaced or repaired, we'd prefer repaired in kind. But if we could replace that bridge rail in kind and have it and know that it's a crash-safe barrier, by all means, we would be happy and willing to do so. Next. So when we look into some of the aspects, again, with a special working group, we tried to take a fresh perspective at the different parts of the bridge rail and some of the decision factors going into how we design bridge rail, what goes into it. Certain things came up again, speed, rail safety requirements, how they get formed, post sizing, and whatnot, curb, post, and rail sizing. We see some of the things here. And with that said, the group went through 6 rail types, meeting crash safety requirements, and we considered 25 different rail variations in the special working group. And so we also talked about the aspects of the existing bridge rail that would probably not meet crash safety requirements. While it hasn't been something that has been specifically evaluated, there's a lot of aspects about the existing bridge rail that would not lend itself to be crash safe. Next. So what did we talk about? Well, we went through these items. We deliberated in 2 sessions. We had an appointed moderator. And at the end of this time, we came up with a vote. With this vote, it had the ranking that Phil had discussed. Next. And with that said, what we came away with is a ranked voting where the top 2 viable ranked votes would be the 86H with the 6-inch opening with a total of 14 points, and the type C412, which is a new type of rail that we would have to do a Herculean lift to accommodate for this project, and that would be the second viable alternative. However, when you look at the unranked voting, there was a total of 4 votes for the existing bridge rail being reconstructed. And then unranked, 6 votes for 86H and 5 votes for the C412. So anyway, next. So with that said, we heard the desire from the working group for a new engineering and traffic survey, and that means we would evaluate conditions to see if we could change the speed limit. That said, the speed limit change would not affect the bridge rail type. The speed limit change would be on its own. Now, it could go into being a factor in the design and selection of a bridge rail type, but it would not affect its ability to perform in a crash situation. Another aspect that I want to highlight is that we will be providing a mock-up as part of the project. And it would be a full-scale mock-up of the bridge rail that is selected, and the public could take part in that viewing before it gets built. So what we're seeing here is we're seeing the 2 different viable alternatives being the 86H and the C412. There's some similarities by design with the arches, but slightly different spacing of the posts that would allow for more openings. However, as mentioned before, the 86H came out on top in terms of rank. So next. So what we have in front of us is we have a choice at hand to allow us to build a crash-safe bridge rail. The alternatives is that we see this. We're going to see signals. We're going to see temporary barrier. The existing bridge rail that has been, pictures have been shown in the past, this is what it looks like today, and it will not become any better. It'll only be worse with the addition of the barrier until said time as a crash-safe barrier can be selected. So I would hope that we can resolve this today. That's my hope. So it was a good experience to work with the group. What we can establish and what we've talked about in the past is that the existing bridge rail is deteriorated, it cannot be repaired, and it must be replaced with a crash-safe barrier. The project is running a high risk of failure to deliver. If we delay this decision much further, we run into more peril. So that time is going to be December, when essentially the running, the ability to finance a project is going to be next to none. So again, as mentioned, we would provide mock-ups that would be viewable by you and the members of the public for whatever bridge rail we end up selecting. And we really don't want to see this continue. We don't want to see this at Caltrans. There's going to obviously be traffic queues. There's going to be delay in response times for emergency services. So we would hope that we don't end up here. So if we do not come to a decision today and the project does fall out of funding, we would be looking at the situation for somewhere, as I demonstrated in the beginning, the project timeline of 8 years to get to this point. We could be looking at something that long. So I'm not sure what alternatives the county would have that would be different than this, but we are open and willing to listen and consider anything that the county has to offer, as long as we can fund it. So I appreciate your time. Next. And I would really hope that we could get to this solution where we can replace the bridge rail with a crash-safe bridge rail and have a success for the community and the visitors and the locals to have a safe traveling experience over the bridge. Thank you for your time. Also, I wanted to mention, I don't know if this had come from my time, but I invited the moderator for the special working group, Erica Parker. I don't know if you would want that to be part of my time. Could she?
You got a minute 19. She can come up and speak as one of my open public comment and get a little more time.
Very good.
That way.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you. Unless there's any questions.
Thank you. I'll see if there's any questions here. Do we want to go out to public comment first?
Let's go to public.
Okay. We'll go out to public comment and then.
Thank you.
And you have 2 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. So I wanted to extend a thank you to Supervisor Adams and her fabulous staff for getting this group together and bringing together both the community with subject matter experts within the engineering community. I definitely learned more than I ever thought I would about architectural design for bridges, so that was fun. So there was an extensive discussion about the numerous design options. Just like Peter said, there were a wide array of different options that have been used by California, but also throughout the country. And I think it's really important to highlight that the 86H design was created specifically for Garrapatta, looking at incorporating those historic viewshed concepts as well as the safety standards. So we discussed the different options, the various limitations, and the priorities of the group. So I am hoping there is a middle ground for viable options for the replacement of the design. So since Caltrans had spent so much time creating this 86H and incorporating the community feedback, I think it's as far as I learned, the alternatives of lowering the barrier height, increasing the height of the window openings, all in simulations were not providing any evidence that they would be able to meet the crash safety standards. So, and then we also talked about how, just like Peter mentioned, the speed changes wouldn't change that baseline for safety ratings. And then some of the alternative elements within, so in the first session, the members of the community requested more alternatives, like what other options are there than the presented, couple. And so we dug into using metal, using larger openings. And one thing that really rose to the top was that metal is a no-go. It does not have any sort of historic character to it, and that was very, very much, according to my observations, was not wanted by the community. So I think it is important to highlight that if no design is selected today, the alternative will very likely include metal. So that was one of the things that raised to the top for me. And then, so we did use ranked voting, and with the sort of the philosophy that nationwide, when elections use, I'll make it really quick. Use ranked voting, the majority of support, those concepts and candidates tend to win instead of a plurality. So I would urge you to capitalize on the urgency of the funding, because that will expire. And then this is really a unique opportunity for the community to have such significant input in the design process.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Is there anybody else in the chambers? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martha Deal, and I'm here today as an individual, regardless of whether any other roles I might hold. I'm not going to go over any of the past discussions that we've had. We've all heard them, and I know you have as well. I want to say that the working group was a wonderful experience. I was able to attend as a member of the public, and I came away with a great appreciation for the hard work that the Caltrans team has done within the constraints under which they operate. I also learned from them that the constraints under which they operate conflict specifically with other laws, regulations, and guidelines from other areas. I've outlined all that in a letter that I've provided to you, which I apologize for being too late. I wanted to read the staff report before I submitted it, and that was not available until the end of the day on Thursday. It's very detailed and geeky, but what it ends up saying is that Caltrans can't do any better than they're doing because they are constrained by their own internal department discussions, which are too narrow to take in all of the considerations that are important for the public sector. And this is true. If we do not do something about that particular limitation, it is going to have a significant impact on the ability of the state of California to protect and preserve historical, scenic, and cultural public works throughout the state. We just happen to be at Big Sur. It just happens to be at ground zero. It's really absolutely upsetting that we've gotten this far without understanding what the fundamental problem was, which needs to be fixed either internally by Caltrans and the Highway Administration or through legislative change that will allow some changes to the governing guidelines to make exceptions for identified cultural, historical, and scenic resources. So I've outlined all that and gone through it all. It also means that there are good grounds for continuing to follow up on this discussion at another level should this denial not take place. So I just thank you for your attention. I hope you had a chance to look at the letter.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in chambers? Anybody online? Yes.
Ali Van Zee.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Allie, you have 2 minutes. Do we have anybody else? Yep.
Can you hear me online? Can you hear me?
Go right ahead.
Okay. Before you start the clock, please, I just have a quick favor to ask you. I was a responder at the World Trade Center. It has affected my lungs and my speaking voice, so please indulge me if I go over a few seconds. Also, I submitted letters to you individually this morning, including to the chairman, but haven't received confirmation of your receipt. I would like my letter to be included. Okay.
Sure it was. Please go ahead.
Okay. To briefly recap my letter, Caltrans has a long history of flaunting CEQA, NEPA, the LCP to bully their often flawed projects through under the guise of safety, as recent news of their I-80 widening debacle in Sacramento has underscored. The bridges in Big Sur and along the Mendocino coast, designed and built in 1930s and 1940s, are not only elegant in design, but have far outlasted Caltrans' more modern constructions. I'm reminded of their partial collapse of their new bridge just outside of Big Sur State Park a few years ago. They are iconic, beloved worldwide, and have a proven safety record for over 90 years. They deserve other than Caltrans' heavy-handed improvements. Your action on this appeal is of statewide and national significance, including for the nationally and state historic registered historic Albion River Bridge on the wild and scenic Albion River that the Albion Bridge stewards, of which I am a part, are working to preserve from Caltrans' not so benign neglect and destruction. I ask that you abide by the wisdom of your planning commission and deny Caltrans' appeal. I'm also, by the way, a 20-plus year resident, former 20-plus year resident of Big Sur and the Carmel Highlands. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
James Walters.
Yes, Mr. Walters, you have 2 minutes. James Walters, please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. My name is James Walters. I'm on Clear Ridge, and I've attended most of the earlier meetings, including the design meetings. And at one of those meetings, I made a statement that I've kind of regretted, but I don't want to return to it. That it was true. And I urge everybody to read Martha Deal's letter, because that really hits the nail on the head. But what I said before was that Caltrans is misleading, disingenuous, condescending, and disrespectful of the Board of Supervisors and the Big Sur residents. And they're a public service entity, and their job valuable, but they've become a rogue authoritarian bully as an institution. And the Board of Supervisors needs to step up and stop it. Martha was exactly right that the constraints they've set predict the answers. It's like the old garbage in, garbage out. If you start the garbage, that's what's going to come out. And so the constraints and the limitations can be changed either by legislation or another way, but that's what needs to happen. And it would be just an awful shame to let these bridges be damaged from what they want to do to them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Christina McGinnis.
Yes, Ms. McGinnis, you have 2 minutes.
Not unmuting.
Christina McGinnis, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I respectfully request I'm allowed to share screen for a very brief PowerPoint, please.
She's not. Do you want me to promote her?
I don't think we can do that.
If she's
Sorry.
got 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Christina McGinnis, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Keep Big Sur Wild. I'd like to point out that the bridges have had no fatalities in the 90-plus years that they have existed. A video I was going to show you in the PowerPoint clearly shows the visual access that the Garrapatta Bridge Rail provides to the ocean, which is protected by the Big Sur Land Use Plan. The bridges have been damaged and quickly repaired in other areas of Big Sur, as photos, which I had in my PowerPoint, would have shown you. Little Sur Bridge has been hit and repaired within a matter of weeks by Caltrans, so they are repairable. I just want to remind you again that the following committees and decision makers who reviewed the options presented by Caltrans voted for restoration, not replacement or denial based on policy inconsistency and other problems with the project. The Aesthetic Design Advisory Committee, their number one recommendation was to restore and not replace. The Monterey Planning Commission's denial, the Board of Supervisors' unanimous motion to deny in December of 2023, and the ad hoc working group, which resulted in a 4-3 vote to replace the bridge rails with an in-kind legislative exemption option. Caltrans themselves, in a presentation to the ADAC, acknowledged that the bridges individually and as a cohesive group are recognized internationally for their aesthetic qualities and engineering design excellence. The 6-inch opening with a large basin approach in the proposed design remains inconsistent with the Big Sur land use policy, as staff noted, and is an unacceptable design. The project is also inconsistent with the Coastal Implementation Plan in Title 20, thus it cannot be approved. Please support staff's recommendation for denial of this appeal. We really appreciate your thoughtful deliberation on this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anne Marie Webble?
Oh, yes. Anne Marie, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I sent you my writing. I hope you received it. I'm a member of Albion Bridge Stewards. We have attempted to protect the historic Garrapatta Bridge since March of 2023. Please deny Caltrans' appeal, uphold Planning Commission's denial, support working group's recommendation to replace the balustrade in kind, support ongoing public opposition. The project is inconsistent with the Big Sur LCP that requires the protection of visual access to protect all coastal view shelter with no exceptions, and the Coastal Act public recreational access standards. The EIR is incomplete and inadequate. No cumulative impact was addressed. The project does not protect the scenic, visual, historic resources and stewardship of Highway 1, does not consider design options from other states, and would set a precedent for all the other historic bridges in the area and California. Caltrans representatives of the working group favored the design that was denied by the Planning Commission and you. Obviously, the Aesthetic Design Review Committee can only think of what MASH and AASHTO recommend. Caltrans failed to repair and maintain the balustrades. Reinforce the balustrades opening with a middle element looks like a prison window. To use the Texas model would be a thorn in the eye. Other countries are proud to find new materials and use elegant designs, like in the case of the Maillard Bridge in Switzerland, and which was placed temporarily on UNESCO's World Heritage Site. The Eiffel Tower was included as well. The innovative work by architect Le Corbusier, the Frank Lloyd Wright of Europe, mentions work in 6 countries, along with the water aqueduct of Pont du Gard in France, which was listed too. If you approve Caltrans' narrow-minded, ugly design, you lose the
Thank you. Your 2 minutes are up.
James Heed?
Yes, James, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, James Hyde here. I'm calling from Mendocino County. I'm also a member of the Albion Bridge Stewards, working to guard against Caltrans' heavy-handed flouting of the local coastal plan here in coastal Mendocino on Highway 1. I too urge you to deny Caltrans' appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's denial, and support the working group's recommendation to replace the balustrade and banister in kind or consider a legislative solution. I want to just bring up something that I don't think anyone has mentioned that is so spectacular about the railings on the Big Sur bridges. I'm in the film and video business, and everybody knows how a movie projector works. It flashes a certain number of frames per second in front of your eyes, and the eye creates the illusion, and the mind create the illusion of motion. When you drive over these bridges, the same things happen. The brilliant engineers who designed these bridges designed them in such a way that when you go over the bridges at highway speed, the balustrades disappear. You see the ocean clearly through them. That is an absolutely magical piece of engineering and architecture that would be lost if Caltrans proceeds with the heavy-handed little keyhole alternatives that are in some of the proposed railings. It's something that I had really only occurred to me when I drove over the bridge. It's just like, oh yeah, this is like a movie. It's like frames per second. When you drive over them, the balustrades disappear. Think about that as you drive across these bridges, and think about how that would go away with smaller keyhole-sized balustrade openings. There's time to get this right. Caltrans, we've got to fund this now, or else who knows how long it's going to take. No. These bridges have lasted for 90 spectacular years. The railings have lasted for 90 years, and there's time to get this right. There's no undue command.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, that's it. With that, we'll close public comment. I'll bring it back here to the board. I'm just assuming Supervisor Adams, you might have something to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, I want to say thank you to Gary Knott and Steve Lyon and Janet Hardesty for the time and energy they spent serving on this working group, and also to Martha Deal, who, because as we formed the committee, purportedly, we were not supposed to have anyone that had a strong and declared position. So we did not allow Martha to serve. And I was kind of surprised when I found someone from Caltrans who had already made quite a statement about his particular perspective. But at any rate, all of the people in the working group were really, really appreciated. This was the first time that a working group like this had been directed by the board, and the collaboration between Caltrans, the residents, and the county, I'm just very thankful for the effort that people made to make this work. I am disappointed that Caltrans was not willing to get out of their box, and to try to look at this from a different perspective. The bridge rail replacement has to be compliant with our county's Big Sur land use plan and the Coast Highway Management Plan. And at this point, that is not the case. Would we subject ourselves to litigation if we approve something that is not consistent with the Big Sur land use plan and the Coast Highway Management Plan? I don't know, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. I know this has been in the works for years, and I'm very thankful to my colleagues for their patience that you've shown as we go through this. And I think you understand the importance of this. I have never had public outreach as we have had on this issue, and not just locally. I mean, from across the country, people have gotten wind of this and have written to us to, say, essentially protect the bridges. We would all like to come to a consensus that protects public safety while maintaining the historic character of the Big Sur bridges, starting with the Garapata Creek Bridge. One of the things that you may or may not know is that this is just the first bridge. When this one goes, then they have told me that they're going to take down every other one of the bridges and put up the whatever it is that they're talking about, 6H80 or whatever it was. But residents loud and clear have said that the designs that Caltrans has brought forward are not adequate in retaining the historic characteristics, and crash data does not warrant the destruction of these significantly irreplaceable historic resources. In fact, residents have indicated to me, many times now, that they would rather withstand a temporary nuisance like a signal light than have these iconic railings replaced permanently with a design that does not reach the standards that exist now. what I was coming for at the beginning was to talk about just getting a temporary delay at this point so that we would have the time to pursue a legislative fix. I've got an indication that our delegation may be interested in doing this. I would like to give direction to county staff to explore a legislative solution with our state delegation. And I think because of that, whenever the time is appropriate, I would make the request that we deny Caltrans' appeal as we pursue this solution. Martha Deal's letter, her memo to us is just really significant. And I hope that you have had an opportunity to read it. There is no reason why we would not be able to take another proposal. Their design at this point only has 6-inch openings. At this point, we now have, I think it's 10-inch openings that are on the current historic railings. The base is much larger and would not afford the visual access that is offered by the existing rail design. There are many, many other things that I could say, but in the hope that you will hear the people from Big Sur and that you will take into account what it is that we're talking about here. This is some of the safest part, these bridges are some of the safest part of Highway 1. There's never been any fatality at the bridges at all. So I think we have a challenge in front of us, and I hope that you will agree with me that it would be inappropriate for us to allow the destruction of these historic resources. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
I'll go next. My position hasn't changed, and I think we put it all on record last time, but coming back this time with the strengthening of our findings on why, I have to agree that our Big Sur land use plan, I think, really tried to dictate protection of our scenic resources on our bridges. And we know that this is certainly going to set a precedent for what happens to other historic bridges, not just in Monterey County, but along the other parts of the beautiful California coast. So I think by denying this, I think it forces us, forces several things. One, I think it sends the message that we take this issue very seriously. These iconic, beautiful bridges, some of the most beautiful in the United States, if not the world, merit the attention. We have some of the greatest advancements in technology, in construction, in safety that I don't know if this is what was put on the screen as the votes from this working group, if that's really the only options that are out there. I don't believe there is, but I understand that Caltrans works within its statutory framework. I get it from their lens, but I think this also forces us to reach out to our legislators because it's really a bigger issue than just Garabata or perhaps Bixby Bridge. It's also going to be important to have this discussion at the state legislative level, as I brought that up last time, to see if there's any modifications that can be considered by Caltrans for historic, iconic bridges throughout California. So that's where I'm at. I don't know where this puts us after a vote by today, if it gets appealed to the Coastal Commission, or after that, if it ends up in court, whether this decision today will stand. But even if it goes into the legislative realm, obviously Caltrans has their representatives that work on transportation issues. So this would be one of those issues if one of our local legislators wants to champion this, it would allow those opportunities to happen at the state level that might expand the possibilities of what can be done on these bridges. It seems to not exist currently, is from what I'm hearing from staff, but perhaps there's changes that could be made to state statute that would allow some modifications from a current law. So, Thank you.
Supervisor Askew or Lopez, any comments?
I think we've seen this presentation, if you count individual meetings, like 5, 7 times, like, yeah. So I'm unmoved either. I mean, I'm still where I was before. I was hoping that bringing the minds together, there was some solution that could be found, but hearing that it's not, I still support the community's desire at this point, understanding all the other pieces, knowing that they understand the risk being that they're going to be staring at K-rails for a while, given what was just presented. I mean, that's the balance, and that's what they're calling for. And it's a unified voice. I've not heard a single voice from Big Sur say, go for it, right? And that makes it really tough. And so we have to listen to community. It's why we're here. Yeah, it's a tough one, I know. There's a lot of need, but yeah, I mean, if this was in Chular or on the Southwest Lands 101, we'd be saying invest the money, let's get something done. But you're hearing something different in this case, and it's a tough balance, but at this point, it's a clear signal from community about their desire, and so I'm happy to support community on this one.
We're here again. What I hear, as I think Supervisor Lopez, you just summarized it, where the community says if we need to put K-rails up, we put K-rails up. I think the legislation suggestion was, I made it at the very first time this came to us. Mary's made it. I hear Luis making that recommendation. So if Supervisor Adams, if you think there's a delegation that wants to take that on, and if the community's comfortable with K-rails, and if Caltrans just needs a denial from us so that you can move forward with whatever the next step is, I think we need to take whatever action is necessary to move this down the path.
I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's.
I will just.
Maybe you'd like to speak.
Yeah, it came to my mind, and I might do that. Thank you, Supervisor Adams, for the for giving me that opportunity. This, as the supervisor has said, this is coming back again here for all of us. This is kind of like our own version of Groundhog Day. We just kind of keep reliving this one over and over. And I understand where Caltrans is coming from, the position. I understand the Big Sur community. I do realize all the other bridges are going to have to be worked on as well, and that probably the only real solution at this point is some legislative action. There are bridges there that are just unique, like Bixby and all of them. And I think we probably should we're going to have to go that route and try to find a solution probably from that point. And the community knows what it's getting there, and it seems to be happy with that. So I'm also going to be supporting that. And I'll let you take over now, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I did not mean to be so bossy. I'm just delighted to see that we are 5. It'll be a 5-0 vote. I'm very pleased. And again, I appreciate your support so much and for listening to the people of Big Sur. And I think Supervisor Alejo really said it very clearly, that this is precedent setting for us to be able to work to protect the bridges up and down our coast. I think that's really important, and I will be surprised if we don't get support from every coastal community that has iconic bridges. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the staff's report and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries 5-0. With that, we'll move on to County Administrative Officer's report. Didn't know we'd ever get here today.
Sorry about that. Today, the department that we wanted to recognize is the Department of Emergency Management, and they are officially a department as of the beginning of last year, sorry, and being led by Kelsey Scanlon, who's currently out of the office and enjoying some well-deserved time off. The Emergency Operations Center activated and responded to 5 emergencies that resulted in local proclamations, which 3 became presidential declarations, including the January 2023 winter storms, March 2023 winter storms, and then the levee breach. the 2024 winter storm and the power outage, and then the Bixby Creek washout. 200-plus emergency notifications were disseminated, and a closeout response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which took 3 years, has been completed. Pajaro recovery efforts are currently taking place with the numerous programs attached thereto, and then disaster cost recovery continues. Awards have been received by the team for an honorary award from the Mexican Consulate, Blanca Estela Sarasua, the United Way Monterey County Community Partner Award, the City of Monterey COVID-19 recognition, the Monterey County Fire Chiefs Association, and the California Emergency Services Association Excellence Award, and available to all of our constituents and residents in our communities is the new Ready Monterey County.org website, where folks can receive up-to-date information from our emergency communications team. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have no new referrals, but we do have a referral response from Mr. Bowling, last but not least.
You're welcome.
Wow.
Hope you don't get any stage fright.
I hope so. So good afternoon, Chair Church, Board of Supervisors, Joshua Bowling, Chief of Building for Housing Community Development. I'm here to provide a report on the preliminary analysis report, number 2024.06, agenda item 12. Today I'm going to go over the background. Our presentation is going to have a background, the proposed project, challenges, and recommendations and options. Again, board referral number 2024.06. This was prompted by an enforcement action where more than 60 unpermitted substandard units were ordered to be vacated. Tenant relocation was to be paid. The property owner interacted directly with the tenants on this, and in some cases, the tenants either declined assistance or could not be contacted. This referral proposes that in the future, property owner pay the county the tenant relocation assistance, and then the county disperse the payments. So here's our proposed project. The Housing Community Development could prepare an ordinance to amend and structure Chapter 1815 to allow the County of Monterey to immediately pay owed tenant relocation assistance and to require responsible landlord property owners to reimburse the county for such payments so that the tenants do not need to interact with the landlord and property owner, and the county can better track payments made to victims and ensure timeliness. Currently, Chapter 1815, what it states is that the property owner is ordered to pay tenant relocation, and if not paid within 10 days, then the county may advance that money to the tenants. And then part of that process is then work on getting the money back from the landlord, which may entail us, if they do not have the money or they refuse to pay it, we'd have to go to an administrative law judge, get that money ordered to be paid back. And again, if they refuse to pay it after the administrative law judge, part of our process would be to do a special assessment against their property on their tax roll, and then we wait to get paid. If they pay it all at once when they get their taxes, or they do a payment plan. So that's currently how Title 1815 works, is we pay if the property owner refuses after 10 days, and then we work on getting repaid. Some of the challenges, as I went over, is the owner refuses or is unable to comply with paying the tenant. Again, we could pay, but then we need to get repaid. The proposal was to collect the money from the tenant or landlord, from the landlord or property owner, and then transfer that money over. There is a limitation in state law that prevents the county from depositing money from a private source into a county treasury. There's the government code. Again, we could just change the order to advance the payment to the tenant, but then we got to come up with a funding source. And so if it's one or two houses, a funding source may not be a big deal, but back to how this was brought before us, it was the 60 units. And so that is an unusual case. But if we had the 60 units, that could be a lot of money that the county would need to advance, and where would we get it would be one of the questions we would need to answer. And of course, part of working on the ordinance would be the staff time to prepare the ordinance and compete with other priorities. And then, of course, we would need to look into if the ordinance was changed where we advanced the money, then we would need to look into staff time for multiple sections within our department to make sure we track it all, we collect the money, and it gets transferred where it needs to. So we have three recommendations or options here. Number one, you could direct the staff to proceed with the completion of its response to the referral as proposed in this report. You could direct staff to proceed with completion of its response to the referral based on any modifications, or we could rescind the referral and continue to work with Title 1815 the way it's written. That's the end of my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, this was my referral, so I want to first of all thank Josh for this preliminary analysis. I brought it because it was bothering me in the back of my mind ever since this egregious case came forward. And it's not the first in Monterey County. It was a few years ago where we had some farm workers living on it was in caves on a hillside. It was the last very egregious case, and they were actually getting charged for living in these caves. It was in Prunedale. So these cases, these larger, egregious, appalling, substandard conditions come up every now and then. And the people who are victimized are left with little recourse. Even though we had already an existing relocation ordinance, it didn't function the way it was intended. When I asked our county counsel, Susan Blitch, for a copy of the ordinance, it was interesting to read that they're entitled to 2 months' rent, market rate, perhaps utility, some utility, I think a utility deposit it said there, and that there was, if they don't pay on time, I think there's like two different scenarios, paying within, I think, 10 days or 2 weeks. If they don't pay on time, then it could be 1.5 times that amount for each household. But in this case, it was one that the first one I used to work at Legal Aid, so we dealt with a lot of substandard housing conditions, but not one of this size. And it was my first that we dealt with during my time as a county supervisor. And these victims of these horrible housing conditions, and at the Police Officers Association, they said that there was 68 households. They said there was about 240 people living there, many of them small children. And then from what I heard from staff is that less than half, only a handful got any resources. And it makes sense, right? When a person is perhaps not facing county code violations, now criminal liability by the district attorney's office, a lot of chaos at that time. They were closing out the properties to the news and to county staff from coming in. There was kind of like a scattering of people going in all different directions. And these are the folks who would probably least want to have any further communication with the person they know is being investigated. Many of these folks were immigrants, perhaps many of them undocumented immigrants, and they're the folks who want to be out of sight and out of the shadows. And if we could have a better process where they don't have to deal with the scofflaw landlord, and they know that they could come to a safe place, whether it's directly to the county or with one of our nonprofit providers that are trusted community organizations, then they're going to feel much better about coming in and collecting the money that they're entitled to. And that's the aim of this. And I did read the statute that you're citing. I don't think it was intended for this kind of situation, because it says it's a misdemeanor to put money from a private or unofficial source into a county account. So I don't know what the unofficial, right? If it's official because we're enforcing a county ordinance, that's subject to, I think, interpretation by our county council. But what wasn't in the memo, which I looked up, that there's another health and safety code 17975, and it goes to 17975.10. It's like 11 different paragraphs. But it basically outlines what you're recommending is that counties already have this power under state code. It's just not in our ordinance. Local governments are empowered to enforce this, to advance it and collect it. It has here provisions where we could place liens for late fees, and I think even an additional $10,000 per unit if they're late, because it's 1.5 or up to 10,000 max if they're late. So I think we need to just parallel our ordinance just to match up. So when we have these situations, it matches what exists in state law as a tool to enforce this. But I looked up some other county and city relocation ordinances. What they already have like a boilerplate. What landlords in these situations, instead of relying on a landlord to put up a boilerplate paragraph of a notice that would go up on the wall telling tenants you're entitled to relocation assistance, or a notice that the landlord or the county could provide to each tenant in English and Spanish, or perhaps another language, depending on the case. But these are all added things that we can do to better inform residents that they are entitled to 2 months market rate rent and perhaps late fees and utilities when they're victims of these situations. So these are all the small added things that don't seem so big right now, but for those tenants in those dire circumstances, it can make the whole difference about knowing what their rights are. And lastly, I know we talked about going to the legislature, but if it was not permitted to put money that's due per our county code, then we should be looking at what modifications could be made in state statute, so it empowers local governments to be able to it just gives them another tool to tell landlords, you owe this money, deposit in our account, and we'll be in charge of distributing it to all the tenants, given whatever time is needed to be able to do that. And that's what I'm trying to explore, some better ways to do this, because I know it's just a matter of time. I hope we don't have another case like this, but we saw what happened in San Mateo and other counties where they've had egregious cases of farm workers living in horrible conditions. I wanted to have this be a learning lesson for us. What can we do better next time to ensure that our relocation ordinance actually has meaning, has teeth, and will better ensure that victims actually get the money that they're entitled to. And I know it ran late, but I did ask California Rural Legal Assistance and Centro Binacional del Desarrollo Oaxaqueño, because both worked with tenants in this case, so they have firsthand experience. And Centro Binacional had worked with some of the indigenous-speaking families that were living at this last site.
Any other comments from the board here? I'll take it out to the public, and then seeing nobody online? There is somebody online? Oh.
Four. And I'm going to call on the Spanish webinar first. Aranza Diego.
Yes, you have 2 minutes to speak on this matter?
It's Spanish speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4 minutes, sorry.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Aranza Diego, soy trabajadora comunitaria de Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. Bueno, estoy
Good
aquí
afternoon, my name
porque quiero que
is
actualicen
Aranza
el
Diego.
código de
I'm talking
vivienda
mejor.
para que asignen a una
Señora,
persona.
necesito que haga paso para poder traducir.
Disculpe.
Si no hace paso, no le puedo traducir.
Ok. Queremos que actualicen el código de vivienda para que asignen a una persona específica que se encargue sobre estos casos.
We like to demand an equal code so the person in charge of it can be responsible for it.
Y que hagan que se cumplan estas leyes para reubicar a familias desalojadas.
That they make abide by these laws so families and people can be relocated.
Y puedo dar un ejemplo, como puedo comentar algo muy reciente en el caso que pasó en San Miguel.
I can give a recent example to a family in San Miguel.
Muchas familias indígenas fueron desalojadas aún sin tener un lugar donde mudarse. En este caso,
Many indigenous
no se les
families
pagó.
were evicted.
Y uno de los ejemplos que podemos hacer ahorita también es que estas personas, como no se les pagó, se les debe como un mes de alquiler y el segundo mes nunca se les pagó. Y también como
Many of these families were not paid for 1 month of rent, up to 2 months of rent.
y muchas de estas familias también se fueron a otras ciudades
Many of these families went also to other cities,
y nunca se les pagó también.
and they were never paid as well.
Y también como el dueño les hizo que firmaran papeles que les había pagado, pero nunca se les hizo un pago.
The owner also made them sign some papers stating that they had been paid, but they never were paid.
Y también por eso queremos que el contado sea un intermediario para que reciba este dinero, para que ellos
Due
puedan
to that, we like the county to be an intermediary so they can receive these monies,
y para que le puedan pagar a las personas afectadas.
so that they can pay those affected persons.
Y también queremos que haya intérprete para las personas que hablan de habla idioma indígena.
We also like to request interpreters for those people that speak indigenous languages,
Y que, porque el idioma es una barrera por la cual ellos no pueden exigir sus derechos.
because language is a barrier to them to demand their rights.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maricela Ramirez.
Yes, please. You have 2 minutes. 4 minutes if it's Spanish.
Maricela Ramirez.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marisela Ramírez
My name is Maricela Ramirez. Good afternoon.
y trabajo con la organización Centro Binacional y también
I work with the organization called Centro Nacional.
estoy a favor de la ordenanza para la reubicación de las familias y también que, como mencionó Aranza,
I'm also in favor of the ordinance to relocate the families,
que sí haya un intermediario cuando hay casos de desalojo.
as the previous speaker stated, that there will be an intermediary in case that there'll be kicking off their premises
De las familias afectadas.
of the affected families.
Como nosotros estamos trabajando con la comunidad indígena,
Since we're also working with the indigenous community,
hemos visto muchos casos de injustos como discriminación hacia las personas indígenas,
we have seen many cases of unjust discrimination against indigenous people
porque no saben cómo hablar el inglés
because they don't know how to speak English.
y eso como que se aprovechan para discriminarlos también como para no pagarles el pago de la reubicación.
And they take advantage of that to not make the payment in the case of relocation.
Y sería todo. Gracias.
That would be all. Thank you.
Clarissa Reyes Becerra.
Yes, please begin.
Hi all, my name is Clarissa Reyes Becerra and I'm the Programs Director for Monterey County at Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. I'm here today to express my support for this policy change. At CBDIO, we have worked in cases with tenants, as both Aranza and Maricela have mentioned, where landlords have not followed through on their obligations to provide displaced tenants with compensation necessary as required by current county ordinance. And the example provided in the referral documentation of the Royal Oaks families and that Supervisor Alejo described, CBDIO and CRLA followed up with many of the affected families, as Maricela and Aranza described, many of whom spoke Mixteco, and found that the landlord failed to provide alternative housing or relocation assistance. Many left Monterey County empty-handed, as Aranza described, with no assistance and had to relocate elsewhere. And while we at CBDIO and CRLA tried to support these families in potential legal suits against the landlord, these cases take time and resources that community organizations like ourselves at CBDIO, we are not equipped to absorb. And as an attorney myself who has worked in legal aid, I know how complex and long these housing cases can take and can be, taking months and potentially years. That's time that low-income displaced families do not have. And as such, I believe this change to current county policy will provide crucial support to families and hold landlords accountable, especially in a county where housing is unaffordable for many of our most vulnerable families and essential workers. Landlords should provide safe housing and should not be able to take advantage of tenants due to their lack of ability to individually pursue or hold landlords accountable in these cases. Many barriers, such as Maricela described, as immigration status, language, digital literacy, and difficulty navigating complex legal and housing systems make individual and tenant enforcement near impossible for many families. And this effort by the county to take leadership on this issue will help many in Monterey County to move in the right direction for tenant protection. So thank you, and we wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you.
Jessica Guzman Rodriguez.
Yes, you have 2 minutes or 4 minutes of Spanish. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Guzman, and I'm here with Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. I am also in favor of this change. I would like to echo what all my coworkers have said. Working with the indigenous community in Monterey County, which many are primarily farm workers, which is a job that doesn't pay well enough for them to also pay these high rents and live in these horrible conditions that we have seen them be put through by landlords. I think having the county itself as an intermediary would help diminish some of the abuse and some of the fees that they haven't been getting paid. A lot of having landlords and tenants have this one-on-one contact, direct contact with each other when it comes to the payments that have to be made for relocation, allows some landlords to use intimidation tactics denying them that payment. I think something that Aranza mentioned was that for the people who were living in the greenhouses in San Miguel, they were made to sign something. They didn't even know what they were signing, and this was something that they were made to do by their landlord and he lied to them and told them that they were going to get paid, but they never received any payment. The farm worker indigenous community migrates a lot for work too. They're seasonal workers. So if the expectation is that landlords pay them directly, that there's going to be those language barriers and then also those relocation barriers, because they're not only living here in Monterey County and they move out a lot. I think having the county itself be there and take care of those negotiations would greatly improve the conditions and also just make sure that they actually get paid. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Rick Incarson has his hand raised.
Yes.
Hi, thank you.
Go ahead, Rick.
Thank you, Board. Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Environmental Health Bureau. And I just like to make a comment here and emphasize the specific role of environmental health. We regulate employee housing, but as a common service, as a basic service for the county, we respond to complaints, substandard housing. The health department considers this as a substandard housing is a health issue, as well as an equity and environmental justice issue, which we take very seriously, and we put ourselves as part of the services to respond to this. And we will continue to cooperate and collaborate with HCD, County Council, to address this issue. When I used to work in San Diego County, I was part of the environmental health there, where we utilize that same code to provide to the tenants who were displaced. And I can, again, collaborate with HCD and come up with better processes. Environmental health, we also created a special team focused on healthy housing, our healthy housing services team, which will respond to issues of substandard housing, which again, we take very seriously because it meets the goals for the services for the county for health, equity, and social justice, environmental justice. And I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Rick. That is it? Okay. We're closing public comment here then. Back to the board, I guess.
Yeah, I would just ask my colleagues if we could have this move forward. We learned that it needs to be improved, and there's some simple things, maybe some issues that need a little bit more legal research, but certainly to improve our process. And I really want to thank Rick Encarnacion for that, because I think between HCD and Environmental Health and our county council's office, we could come up with some ideas to just make the process better for our residents in these situations.
That's a motion, I'll second it.
Yes, I'll make that a motion. Thank you.
Other comments, and we'll vote on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Thank you very much. With that, we will move to board comments. I'll start on my left here with Supervisor Adams.
It's been a very, very busy week. And I think all of us are kind of tired. Tomorrow's going to be another busy, busy day. There's no question about it. But at any rate, just wanted to say that there are two things coming up that I just wanted to mention to everyone. The first is the 4th of July parade in downtown Monterey on the 4th of July. It starts at 9 a.m. and down at the bottom of Alvarado, and it ends in the Customs House Plaza, where there's a big 4th of July celebration. It's always a lot of fun. I'm happy to be in it, and I'm going to be driving a 1964 red Impala convertible with white leather interior.
Gangsta.
OG Mary.
All right.
You're going to start to see the real me as we get closer and closer to December.
I like that.
And then secondly, on June 29th is the Monterey Peninsula Pride Parade. And that is also in downtown Monterey, and it starts at 11 a.m. And again, with the big celebration afterwards at the Customs House Plaza. So I hope everybody can come out and enjoy things and take a ride down Highway 1 and look at the bridges while we still have them. And thank goodness, because of you guys, I think we always will.
They might have
Thanks so much.
K-rail on them, but we'll have them. I'll jump in here, Mr. Chair. I've got quite a bit to share. First, I'll share that last week I was able to attend NALEO, which is the National Association of Latino Elected Officials, the annual convening which took place in Las Vegas for a couple of days. As part of that, I was sworn onto the board there. So I'm lucky to have the opportunity to represent California in that forum, and I'm glad to continue to be able to do so. I also want to share that tonight I'll be in Chular, where we'll be talking about traffic safety. It's the school board meeting that I'll be attending at 7 p.m. to share updates, as well as updates on sidewalks through the CTC funding. That being said, CTC will be in town here towards the end of the week. Unfortunately, I will not be here. I will be up in Lassen and Modoc counties doing some work on behalf of RCRC. I want to give a shout out to the speaker and the governor for supporting the reinstitution of LLR, which is the Loan Loss Reserve, which will allow our rural internet programs to continue. It was a fight, but we were able to get that reinstituted into the budget that was agreed to, announced on Saturday. So I want to just express appreciation. I want to ask the community to be mindful of the firework ordinances that exist. Last year we did lose a life in Gonzales. A lot of folks have forgotten already, but we lost somebody in a tragic house fire incident that was not involved in the fireworks. They just unfortunate bystanders. And so I want to make sure that the community is aware that safe and sane is allowed in the cities, but not in the unincorporated portions of Monterey County. We'll be putting out a statement here in the next 24 hours that lists all the public opportunities to join and enjoy a fireworks show done legally in each one of our communities in South County, including July 3rd, the day before the 4th of July in King City. So I encourage folks to come out and join with community and enjoy the holiday in a safe fashion. I know it's in the middle of a week, which makes it a little awkward, but it's also an opportunity to spend time with one another. But thankful for the opportunity to continue to serve our communities collectively, and thank you for a great long day together. 2 in a row, not bad, guys. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Askew.
I'm honored to fill in and welcome the California Transportation Commission tomorrow on your behalf, Chair Lopez. So we'll divide and conquer. Just a couple quick comments. The Salinas Juneteenth celebration was fantastic. Big appreciation and thanks to all those who are working so hard to continue creating these spaces where we can celebrate and learn and grow together. Along those lines, the City of Seaside hosted a community resource fair, which consisted of a variety of community partners who were out sharing information, most of whom were county departments or county-funded agencies. So it was great to be able to spend a little bit of time with our county partners in Seaside.
Thank you. And I would just add, we've been watching the budget closely, and we did have some significant victories along the way. It was a very tough budget. They're still today negotiating the possible bonds, I think, on education, and then the climate change bond. I think the housing one did not go, or what I hear is not possibly not going forward. But on the budget, we were able to get one more round of homelessness funding, which was $1 billion. There was none proposed originally in January, and I want to thank Speaker Rivas, because that was in his proposed budget, to put some money in there to keep these services for our homeless residents going. And along with Supervisor Lopez, I weighed in on. He had the loan loss reserve, but I was advocating with CSAC on the broadband for the middle mile, as I serve on the California Middle Mile Advisory Committee. But that was going to reduce a total of $2 billion, 1.5 for the middle mile. But we were able to get that money, at least for what was supposed to come for next year, to be reinserted, $250 million, and with some possibilities of additional monies for the following year. So that was certainly a big victory. Because one of those projects that could get delayed is one in Monterey County. So all the way around, I had an op-ed in the San Jose Mercury News and the Herald, the Santa Cruz Sentinel, the Pajaronian, all trying to raise attention to this issue, and we were able to be victorious to get significant money reinstated. Last week, I was able to go to Sacramento for a book signing for a friend of mine, an author. Book just got published by Simon & Schuster called The Latino Century. It was how America's largest minority is transforming democracy. We had a good turnout there for 2 events, and I was glad to be invited. But I was able to also hold a meeting with some folks that are possibly interested in doing business in Salinas. So we got 2 bites out of the apple. I also wanted to thank the Arts Council for the grants provided for arts groups and fest events in District 1. I want to thank this year's recipients. So thank Arts Council for awarding this year's recipients of District 1, which was Salinas Valley Pride Celebrations, the Filipino community of the Salinas Valley, and the Salinas Food and Wine Festival that's coming up in early August. So congratulations to all those recipients. Also, I was very grateful to attend on Sunday the Festival de la Familia by Radio Láser, one of the Spanish radio stations. They had thousands of people and a bunch of amazing artists, including Ezequiel Peña, and many other famous bandas that filled the rodeo grounds, and I was allowed to say a few words there as well. And last but not least, this is Mary's IndyCar was here, but they did an event in my district here in Old Town on Thursday, and it was just great. It was out of all the last 3 or 4 years they've done it, this had the greatest turnout, and the lines were around the block. Pato Ward, the most famous IndyCar driver from Mexico. He looks like Canelo because he's really light complected. But all these other famous artists were there giving autographs. But literally, it was the largest turnout that I've seen out of the last 4 years. And that's, I want to thank John Origi, because these are many folks who don't get upfront access. You should have seen little girls coming up, and they've come the last 3 or 4 years. They come with their jersey, they come with all the things going to sign, and the drivers are always so generous with photos and autographs to all the fans, and it was just a beautiful thing to see that happen here in Old Town Salinas. So I just want to commend Laguna Seca for making more of these events accessible to people who otherwise couldn't afford pay for tickets. I think those tickets were like $150, $200 for the good seats. But congratulations, and it was nationally publicized. So it was a great PR for Monterey County and Laguna Seca. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to point out that this June 30th, on this Sunday between 11 and 4, it's the 50th anniversary of North Ridge Mall. Opened in 1974. There'll be music and fashion through the decades there, which I probably could have skipped the 70s. I don't know if they had fashion back then. Maybe I can get out my bell-bottom pants and whatever else was around. But there's also going to be a July 4th celebration at Rancho Cielo. I'm planning on being there. Music and good times and all. And I also want to just kind of reiterate what Supervisor Lopez has mentioned about fireworks. There's, as happened last year, but it happens all across this country. People lose their lives, they get injured. These are, not safe things to be fooling around with, either in the countryside or in the city. Some of these are very explosive. And of course, we are in a fire season here now, and fires are, I don't like to even say one's due, but they come along every few years here, and we have to be vigilant on them. They are, it's a great threat. This is just not smart to set fireworks off in the dry countryside that we are experiencing. I also want to point out that people have pets. Pets are very, very frightened by these, by fireworks, the noises. All pets except for mine, which apparently nothing interferes with a sleeping mastiff. Whatever happens on that, she'll just sleep through it all. But most pets are. most pets are run off, they get lost, people lose them, and please be respectful of that. And also, we're celebrating this for freedom. Be respectful of our veterans too, who have gone off into war and have risked their mental health, and they don't need to be hearing these explosives to remind them of difficult times when they have fought for our security, our freedom, our country, for you and I. And so please just try to be smart, safe, and respectful on July 4th. Go to a fireworks show. I know there's going to be one in that Salinas Rodeo grounds, fog willing. And we'll be back on July 9th after a week off. Is there any closed session? No.
There's no reportable action from Board of Supervisors closed session or the Water Resources Agency closed session.
And we'll adjourn the Board of Supervisors and Monterey County Water Resources Agency.